Chapter 11:26. Collective advancement, cut the crap. Let's hurry up and take care of these ants in one fell swoop. At this moment, Zhongli said, "Don't let your guard down. The longer we delay, the more problems there will be. Don't underestimate these people. They will become stronger and stronger. Besides, if Guchen Sha saves these people, then all our efforts will be for naught. We might even be suppressed." "No," Wang Zhao said calmly. Wang Zhao said calmly, "Guchen's goal is to nurture someone as powerful as him and pose a threat to him. Therefore, he won't attack us for the time being. He even wants the six of us to unite and form the strongest existence. Then, when we gather, we can be his opponent. However, we won't let him get what he wants. You can devour each other and become stronger." Lu Baiyue said, "That's the only way you can gather all your power together. If you don't merge, you won't be able to defeat Guchen Sha. I think you all know this, so you all have your own ideas. But it won't help. You all have to act on your own and take the final step. If your power is scattered now and you don't act, it's very likely that in the future, there will be many powerful creatures that reach the same realm as you and then kill you. At that time, your advantage will be completely gone. When that time comes, your advantage will be completely gone and you will fade into the crowd. After so many years of history, I can see that the initially powerful and arrogant people will gradually disappear and eventually be replaced by incomparably powerful existences. It's the same for you. The only way to maintain progress is to break through everything and make yourself stronger." Hee. Yang Qi smiled sinisterly. "You're indeed not a simple woman. No wonder you're Gu Chench's woman. You want to sow discord between us in this kind of situation where you're about to die, and then use this to turn the tables? However, this is wishful thinking. Our methods are definitely not something you can imagine. Don't talk nonsense with her. Do it now." Hong Yi said, "Now that the six of us have joined forces, we could try out the method we just thought of to deal with Guchen Sha. This is possible. Come out, there is no immortal door." Zhou Qin made a summon. Then, all six of them performed different hand seals. Rainbows appeared in front of Zhou Qin, Wang Chao, Fang Han, Yang Qi, and Jiang Li at the same time. The rainbows then gathered together to form an array formation. In the array formation, a huge ancient door appeared. The door was a color that had never appeared in this world, or rather, it was not a color. The door seemed to be brewing some kind of incorporeal aura. Anyone could sense that the power within the door wasn't ageless or indestructible. It was a realm that had never appeared in the world before. This realm was the realm of without existence, without eternity. While Guchen Sha was studying this realm, Zhou Qin, Wang Chao, Hong Yi, Fang Han, Yang Qi, and Jiang Li were also studying this realm. The realm they were studying actually had some brand new things that Guchen Sha had not come into contact with. Of course, none of them had truly reached Guchen's level, but the results of their research could be beneficial to Guchen Sha. "There is no immortal door." When Lu Baiyue saw the door, she immediately nodded. That's right. But like I said, the six of you are actually sworn enemies. It's impossible for you to work together because you are the future protagonists. If Guchen Sha doesn't come out, it will be you. Logically speaking, in the future, Zhou Qin will first unify the world, then Wang Chao, then Hong Yi, Fang Han, Yang Qi, and Jiang Li. In other words, the karma between the six of you is mutually created and destroyed, and you can't meet each other at all. Now that you've forcefully bumped into each other, only one of you can survive. Otherwise, it would be impossible for you to cultivate to such a high realm. Therefore, the immortal door that you have now is actually a huge flaw. The power of each of you alone is very likely to be more destructive than when you work together. Arrogant. Yang Qi narrowed his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking, and no one could guess what he was thinking deep in his heart. He suddenly let out a long roar. "Let's not talk about anything else. This bitch is really annoying. Let's suppress her. Kill." Fang Han activated some kind of secret art. Immediately, the immortal door activated by the six great experts suppressed Lu Baiyue and the others, slowly descending. No matter where Lu Baiyue and the others fled to, they couldn't escape the suppression of the immortal door. This was because this door already ignored all time, space, and the universe's gray space. Even if one was an indestructible world, a non-old world, a new world, or an old world, they couldn't resist it. The 6 great experts activated it at the same time. Wenhong, Zhuge, and the others coughed up another mouthful of blood. Their bodies began to weaken. As expected, the 6 great experts joining forces was not something they could contend against. Even if there were close to 100 indestructible world experts, it still wouldn't be enough. Zhou Qin, Wang Chao, Hong Yi, Feng Han, Yang Qi, and Jiang Li. These 6 people all had a cultivation base of 100 billion years, and among this group of indestructible world experts, only Lu Baiyue had a lifespan of 100 billion years. She could just barely contend against one of them. The others were far from that level. The door pressed down, crushing everything. You people have been in contact with Gu Chansha for a long time. Gu Chansha has taught you a lot about the Tao of non-incorporeal immortality, which has a deeper penetration into your thoughts and souls. This non-incorporeal immortality door can accommodate you, but can also allow us to plunder Gu Chensh's Tao, making the door even more perfect. When the door truly ejects the non-incorporeal immortality substance, that will be the time for us to ascend. Zhou Qin was expressionless, but his tone was oppressive. Even a single word from him could completely destroy an indestructible world expert. As expected, we are no match for these 6 people joining hands. But because of this, we can reach the highest level, borrowing their pressure to fight back and survive. Wenhong suddenly seemed to have some kind of enlightenment in his eyes. Under the enormous pressure, he began to ascend. Die. Seeing Wenhong ascend under such pressure, killing intent appeared on the faces of Zhou Qin, Wang Chao, Hong Yi, Feng Han, Yang Qi, and Jiang Li. This person's fate is extremely strong, and he is even qualified to compete with us for the position of the main character. He is a completely new existence, and he can create many miracles. However, we will definitely not allow him to ascend, or else he might really become a threat to us. If he ascends again, his lifespan will also exceed 100 billion, like Lu Baiyue, and we might not be able to kill these people. Wang, these people gathered together and unleashed their strongest attack. Instantly, a beam of light shot out from the immortal door. This light was like countless living beings in the shape of dragons gathered together, and then it launched a fatal attack on Wenhong. Puqi, this light broke through all the defenses and directly pierced through Wenhong's body. Great pain appeared on Wenhong's face. His body began to collapse, and even his spirit force was gone. This was the sign of death. Wenhong is dead. Zhuge was taken aback. He had not expected that the 6 of them would actually use the most lethal attack on Wenhong. It should be known that such an attack was able to kill Wenhong in the middle of a grand matrix where everyone was gathered. Just how much power would be needed to do that? With everyone gathered together, with this kind of defensive power, even if it was a new world, an old world, a non-new world, or even the explosion of the universe without a lifespan, they might not be able to kill Wenhong. But now, the 6 of them had joined forces to kill Wenhong. I won't die, and you can't kill me. Wenhong's face was filled with pain, but there was a kind of determination. I can't be killed by you. Death is just another form. I could transform between these forms. I am neither dead nor undead, neither alive nor dead. I have finally comprehended this realm. Transform, ascend. Amidst this voice, a mysterious will was released from Wenhong's body. This will kept vibrating and exploding, suddenly releasing the strongest note. Then, Wenhong's life form changed. He was neither alive nor not alive. He was neither energy nor matter. He was neither alive nor not alive. He was neither dead nor not dead. No one could guess what kind of state he was in. However, his aura was already the same as Lu Baiue's. His lifespan on the virtual interface had reached at least 100 billion years. Now that he had broken through to this level, The power of the formation around which everyone was gathered instantly increased by a lot. Its defensive capabilities were pushed to the limit. The imperishable one raised his hands like an overlord carrying a cauldron, lifting up the imperishable gate. What's going on? Zhou Qin, Wang Chao, Hong Yi, Fang Han, Yang Qi, and Jiang Li were astonished when they saw this scene. Why haven't we killed this person? Could it be that there's something wrong with our strength? That's impossible. Even Gu Chansha would have to temporarily avoid our most powerful attack. I don't believe that Wen Hong can withstand it. He even borrowed our power to increase his cultivation base. Although he's not our match yet, it'll still be a huge waste of energy for us to kill these people. Everyone, do you know why you can't kill me? At this moment, Wen Hong said, that's because the 6 of you are in conflict with each other, causing you to seem extremely ferocious. But in reality, it's an opportunity for me to take advantage of your weaknesses to improve myself. So, the 6 of you want to kill each other. Only then can one's strength reach its peak. Remember the mobile URL, M. Chapter 11:27. There was nothing they could do. Even with Zhou Qin, Wang Chao, Hong Yi, Fang Han, Yang Qi, and Jiang Li's unparalleled strength, they were still helpless against Wen Hong. Not only were they unable to kill Wen Hong with a single attack, they even helped Wen Hong raise his cultivation level. This was indeed a very strange thing. Any one of the 6 of them had the power to suppress and kill Wen Hong, but now that the 6 of them had joined forces, they actually could not kill Wen Hong. What was the reason for this? Everyone, you probably know an ancient saying. It goes like this: 1 monk carries water to eat, 2 monks carry water to eat, 3 monks have no water to eat. A snake can't do without a head. If there was a leader among the 6 of you, then you could unleash your full power. But you can't have a leader because you are all protagonists in the future. You are people who occupy one or even countless great worlds. Countless eras belong to you, so none of you will submit to anyone, nor will you agree with each other's reasoning, nor will you listen to each other's words. On the surface, you may be united, but in reality, your powers are like water and fire. The power that one of you can unleash is even greater than that of the 6 of you working together. The 6 of you working together may seem extremely ferocious, but unfortunately, your powers cannot fuse. You can find flaws in them and obtain power and opportunities from them. Wen Hong roared. That's right. It's like if a powerful country attacks my country, I will definitely die. But if another powerful country attacks me, I can use the art of sowing discord to survive, Zhuge said. He could also sense that the powers of the 6 of them would not fuse with each other. Instead, they would clash with each other, devour each other, and attack each other. He could vaguely sense that the attributes of their powers were enemies with each other. He was also eager to try and find some opportunities to improve his cultivation level. Liu Baiyue and Wen Hong had both cultivated to a lifespan of more than 100 billion years. In fact, they were on the same level as Zhou Qin, Wang Chao, Hong Yi, Fang Han, Yang Qi, and Jiang Li. Of course, Liu Baiyue and Wen Hong couldn't be killed so easily. With the ability to escape and hide, it wouldn't be easy for any of the 6 to kill them. The current Zhuge, you could be easily killed by the 6 of them. He had to advance. Liu Baiyue and Wen Hong also saw this and decided to think of a way to help Zhuge advance. Let's fight back together. Liu Baiyue's thoughts were transmitted into the formation, reaching everyone's hearts. In fact, everyone's thoughts were stirred. They naturally wanted to advance. Once they succeeded, at least their chances of survival would be much greater. The danger would also be much smaller, and they would be able to stand tall between heaven and earth. In fact, no matter how strong a person's fei qi was, it was impossible for them to maintain it forever. They could die at any time. Only by continuously advancing could they survive. This was what it meant to be sailing against the current. Ever since Gu Chensha set up the lifespan panel, the entire world was surging forward. Everyone had to fight for the top and swim against the current. Otherwise, they would be eliminated. No one could live in peace. In this world, there was no reincarnation. When a person died, they were dead for good. There was no possibility of revival. Take Jean Suebwa, for example. He failed to ascend to the undying state completely and died. Up till now, he still hadn't revived. That was because he couldn't. This was the rule of the world. A long time ago, even if a saint died, their imprints would be left in the world. If they met with a fortuitous encounter, they could be revived. Some saints would build their own families and offer sacrifices. The power of incense offerings would be gathered and exchanged with the heavens' will for some time for the saint's revival. Such a rule was actually the heavens' will harvesting the faith and spirit power of mortals to evolve itself. In the ancient era, the era of the endless mainland, the heavens will had already accumulated a huge amount of power. But right now, everything depended on one's own struggles. That was the difference in nature. Let's attack together and counterattack. Even though we're in an extremely dangerous situation right now, we've also seen through the flaws of these people. We can obtain the chance to survive in the face of danger. This is the only chance for us to level up. Only these 6 people can help us level up. Under the pressure of their powers, we can rely on our own comprehensions and skills to break through the limits of lifetime and time again, reaching the most perfect state. The longevity god said, "That's right. Since that's the case, let us activate it and attack once more. Right now, our strength is many times stronger than before." Chang Weiyang was raring to go as well. She naturally wanted to reach the 100 billion lifespan. Everyone present had walked out from the ancient era of the endless mainland. They had followed Gu Qinsha for God knows how many years. All of them were used to the workings of the universe, the vicissitudes of life, and all the opportunities of the mortal world. Therefore, they had a clear plan for their own development and knew that this was their only chance. Everyone started activating it as the formation expanded furiously. To think that it would turn around and envelop the indestructible gate created by Zhou Qin, Wang Zhao, Hong Yi, Feng Han, Yang Qi, and Jiang Li within it. The gate was about to be refined by the formation. At the start, the formation that everyone had created wasn't all that strong. However, as Liu Baiyue and Wenhong leveled up to the 100 billion lifespan, the formation started evolving on its own. At this moment, the formation had already reached a state where it was indestructible. Boom! The formation coiled in reverse and devoured the indestructible gate in a bid to refine it. Once it was refined, it wouldn't be as simple as just 2 leveling up. There might even be 10 or even dozens of leveling up. By then, Zhou Qin, Wang Zhao, Hong Yi, Feng Han, Yang Qi, and Jiang Li might truly be suppressed by this group of people. These damned existences. If not for the fact that our powers haven't reached the pinnacle yet, how could we have allowed you guys to remain here as clowns? We could have blown all of these ants into dust with a single breath. Zhou Qin's heart was filled with rage right now. However, there was nothing he could do about it. In this era, it's impossible for us to recover our powers. That's because this era doesn't belong to us. This is the era of Gu Qinsha. Gu Qinsha is the one who has ruled over this era, causing him to be the highest existence in this era. There's no way for us to channel our powers through this era and be able to do as we please. That's right. Our actual powers aren't limited to this. However, because we're restricted by this era, we can't unleash our powers at all. In fact, we can't even unleash half of our powers. This is where things aren't going smoothly. Unless we break this virtual interface and suppress Gu Qinsha, we'll be able to unleash 100% of our powers, Hong Yi said. Also, it's true that our powers are in conflict with each other. Feng Han said, when we unleash our powers individually, they're indeed very powerful. However, when we combine our powers, we cancel each other out at the most crucial moment. As long as we can find the point where we cancel each other out, we'll be able to use our powers to temper our bodies. This group of people actually turned the tables on us. A golden figure appeared in Yang Qi's body. This figure was like a supreme god of domination, vast and perfect. He suddenly attacked again, because at this point, they had no choice but to attack. The other party had begun their counterattack, and they couldn't possibly escape. That would be too much of failure. In fact, the words retreat and escape didn't even appear in their dictionary. This was because they were the darlings of this era. They were even the ones who controlled the entire era. Everything they had could come out of thin air and was omnipotent. Faced with this group of people's attacks, the six of them, Zhou Qin, Wang Chao, Hong Yifang Han, Yang Qi, and Jiang Li, wouldn't allow themselves to cower. "Let's fight on our own. Don't join forces," Zhou Qin said, "lest our powers clash with each other." "That's right," Jiang Li nodded, but deep in his heart, such a thought emerged. From the results of the battle just now, it's indeed difficult for us to defeat Gu Qinsha. No matter how strong he is, it's useless. The only way is for the six of us to unite as one. Furthermore, it's not the kind where we join forces. Instead, we'll devour each other like breeding goo worms. In the end, the strongest person will be the strongest person who has gathered the powers of the six of us. Only the strongest person's power will have a chance of defeating Gu Qinsha. Unfortunately, I can't kill the other five and devour them. This thought emerged in Jiang Li's heart. This thought also flashed in the minds of the other five people. This wasn't because when Hong and Lu Baiwei were trying to sow discord. It was the truth. Zhou Qin and the others were indeed no match for Gu Qinsha, even though their strength had reached the peak. Unless they devoured each other, only then would they be able to compete with Gu Qinsha. Otherwise, if they remained stagnant at their current positions, they would be overtaken by others sooner or later. For example, Chu Chun, who was currently in the longevity universe, and even Gu Xinjian, who had obtained his own body and finally become a human, all had a chance of surpassing them. This was especially true for Gu Xinjian, who was extremely cunning. Ever since he obtained a new body in the past 100,000 years, he had disappeared without a trace. No one knew what he was doing, but it was certain that if he appeared again, it would shake the heavens and earth. The mighty torrents clashed with each other. Finally, Zhou Qin, Wang Chao, Hong Yifang Han, Yang Qi, Jiang Li, and Lu Baiwei, when Hong, Zhuge and the others in the Grand Formation once again clashed. This time, the battle was no longer a game. It was a life and death battle. In the end, the six of them also activated their strongest techniques and began to attack. In an instant, the void in this area was destroyed and reborn and destroyed again. In the blink of an eye, it could be destroyed and reborn millions of times. I finally grasped the opportunity. All of a sudden, Zhuge's body emitted many rays of light. These rays of light condensed into many auspicious clouds, forming all kinds of golden lamps, canopies, treasured lotuses, and other treasures above his head. Each of these treasures was incomparably powerful, comparable to a peerless, immortal expert. He had also broken through and reached a lifespan of 100 billion. Chapter 1128. There was no way around it. Zhuge was a lord of 7 stars. If he broke through, he wouldn't be any weaker than Wen Hong. Now that he had broken through, the lord of 7 stars boundless might was on full display. He was like the most powerful person in the universe. As he patrolled the area, he was constantly surrounded by astral vortexes. These vortexes could absorb, and transform without limit. Now, because of his breakthrough, the power of the spell formation had increased yet again. Are we really going to create a miracle today? Chong Weiyang asked. Can we lead the spell formation and defeat the strong? Can we suppress Zhou Qin, Wang Chao, Hong Yifang Han, Yang Qi, and Jiang Li? Although Chong Weiyang's ambitions were higher than the heavens, she knew that she wasn't a match for any one of them. Her latent talent was strong, but compared to Zhou Qin and the others, she couldn't compare. Unfortunately, this wasn't their time. If they were, they might actually be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Gu Qinsha. That's impossible. We've borrowed the pressure from these 6 people to improve ourselves. It's already very good for us to be able to do this. It's basically impossible for us to suppress this group of people, because if these people are in a dangerous situation, their strength will also increase by a lot. The reason why they haven't broken through and improved themselves is because no matter what we do, it's impossible for us to pose a threat to them. Don't look at how they're losing time and time again against us. It's not like we've hurt their foundation. If we had hurt their foundation, they wouldn't be like this. Lu Baiwe was very clear-headed. She'd already obtained what she wanted. She, Wenhong, and Zhuge Ye had all reached 100 billion lifespans. The team was much stronger than before. Even without Gu Chunsha, they could still protect themselves. Right now, all they had to do was remain calm. They couldn't allow themselves to be deluded into thinking that they could suppress Zhou Qin and the others. As long as they got what they wanted, it was enough. Of course, now is far from the time to reap the rewards. At the very least, a few of them still needed to break through. These people still want to advance? Are they not treating us as humans? Fang Han was already furious. His strength was clearly above Lu Baiwe and the others, but he couldn't get rid of this group of people. It was like a person being buzzed by a swarm of flies and mosquitoes. His strength was much greater than the mosquitoes and flies, but the mosquitoes and flies just wouldn't die. This kind of state was really annoying, and his anger was getting bigger and bigger. Next, it's this woman's turn to advance. Fang Han saw a woman's body undergoing some sort of transformation. Once she transformed, her strength would reach the same level as Lu Baiwe. Really, everyone wants to reach our level. How can we tolerate that? However, this woman does have some strength, so she could become my slave. Eternal era, invincible. Take it from me. Fang Han's palm shook, breaking through the layers of seals and arriving beside Chang Weiyang. The woman he was observing was Chang Weiyang. In other words, other than Zhuge Ye, Wenhong, and Lu Baiwe, Chang Weiyang had the highest chance of advancing. Fang Han wasn't the only one who saw this scene. Zhou Qin and the others saw it too. However, since Fang Han had made a move, the others wouldn't fight him over it. This was a strategy they had come up with after a brief discussion. They split up, blooming left and right. Not good. Chang Weiyang hadn't expected that Fang Han would actually arrive next to her. At this moment, she didn't have any openings. Her body changed slightly, and a long river flowed around her, trying to defend against Fang Han's fist technique. However, Fang Han just laughed. "Girl, don't struggle. I'm not someone you can block. Now, we've changed our strategy. We'll kill our way into your grand formation. No one can save you, so you'd better be my slave." Numerous tentacles appeared all over his body, which spun and spun rapidly, piercing through the layers of the universe. It was as if they could instantly absorb the multiverse. This was Fang Han's strongest godly art. He could devour all living things and create good fortune. He could directly absorb Chang Weiyang, transform her, and then break the grand formation. This was Fang Han's plan. He would attack one by one, and Zhou Qin and the others would do the same. Chang Weiyang looked at Fang Han, who was approaching her. He seemed to have turned into a huge suction cup, sucking all of her power into it. Her own will seem to be affected, wanting to become a part of him, truly obeying his orders. This is a boundless godly art, devouring and transforming. It's extremely powerful. Back in the day, Fa Wuxian was the ancestor devourer, and used this Tao of devouring to cultivate to the invincible deathless level. Chang Weiyang's mind raced. But Fa Wuxian's Tao of devouring isn't even worth mentioning in front of Fang Han. It can't even be considered child's play. I'm in a situation of certain death, but because of that, it's a good time for me to be reborn. I'll use this opportunity to ascend. In that instant, Chang Weiyang seemed to be unable to resist Fang Han's devouring and transformation. Her body was swallowed up into a piece of skin, but then a new existence was born from that piece of skin. This is? Fang Han seemed to be stunned, because he saw an unbelievable scene. The long night never ends. Cut off all ignorance and seek the right path. Where the path is, my heart nurtures. Millions of great Taos condense into endless. Come out. Sure enough, Chang Weiyang encountered Fang Han's fist technique in the middle of the battle and almost died. However, as she continued to gain enlightenment, trillions of great Taos appeared above her head, forming into countless rivers. The rivers of great Daos combined together to form a cosmic river. In other words, Chang Weiyang was on the verge of a breakthrough. On her virtual panel, her lifespan jumped rapidly to more than 100 billion years. Then, the formation began to condense thousands of times. Chang Weiyang really didn't let me down. She's ascended again. Next is the martial sage. Lu Baiwe looked over at the same time. At this time, it was Yang Qi who was fighting the martial sage. The martial sage was the strongest sage in the past. Later, he joined forces with Gu Chunsha and went through many dangerous situations. His accumulation was no less than Zhuge and Wenhong. He even stepped into the invincible immortal realm and controlled the Taiwu cosmos back then. Now, under Yang Qi's suppression, he was advancing faster than Chang Weiyang. Rumble. Above the martial sage's head, a huge martial talisman appeared again. However, this talisman was different from the previous one. This time, there were living beings in the talisman. Then, there were many branches above their heads like trees. This was the evolution tree. Living beings cultivated the martial path and began to evolve according to the principles of different martial arts. Then, the martial sage's martial talisman turned into a tree. This was the true evolution tree. The martial path was the method by which all living beings evolved. The tree of evolution condensed by the martial saint had set a rule for all the methods and main branches of evolution of living beings. No cultivation realm could escape the scope of the tree of evolution. Once the evolution tree was formed, even Yang Qi's fist technique couldn't attack it. All right, let's do our best to close the defensive line. Lu Baiwe looked at Chang Weiyang. The martial sage had actually ascended to the realm of 100 billion years. Now, there were experts with a lifespan of 500 billion in this group. Everyone, today's battle ends here. Thank you for your training. Lu Baiwe let out a long roar. The formation began to close, and then everyone gathered toward the center of the formation. The entire formation turned into a small dot in an instant and then disappeared. Come back. Zhou Qin grabbed, as if he wanted to grab these people back. Unfortunately, he was a step too late and couldn't keep these people. The multiverse is only so big. Even if we have to destroy the entire multiverse, we have to find these damned cockroaches. Hong, he was also extremely angry and wanted to use some kind of method. To other living beings, even experts in the heavenly Tao realm, the multiverse was extremely vast. Any expert in the heavenly Tao realm would feel that it was impossible to explore the multiverse. Even if they spent their entire lives, they might not even be able to see 1/10,000th of it clearly. Even those who first entered the supreme immortal realm couldn't explore the entire multiverse. However, this situation didn't exist in front of Zhou Qin, Wang Chao, Hong Yi, Fang Han, Yang Qi, and Jiang. This was because these 6 people were too powerful. With just a slight thought, their power could spread to every corner of the entire multiverse. However, if some extremely powerful existences deliberately hid, it would be very difficult to find them. To make an analogy, the multiverse was like a house. These 6 powerful existences were the people in the house, and Lu Baiwe and the others were the fleas in the house. The house didn't look big, but it was very difficult to find the fleas in it. They had to search carefully. Of course, as long as the 6 of them made up their minds and used some extreme means, such as destroying the multiverse and turning it into nothingness, they would definitely be able to find Lu Baiwe and the others. However, if they did that, Gu Dusha would definitely be drawn out to suppress them. Even if Gu Chansha didn't suppress them, in the process of destroying the multiverse, they would definitely accelerate the evolution of some heroes. Who knew? There might even be existences who were on equal footing with them. We can't destroy the multiverse, Jiangli said. Jiangli said, of course. These hateful fleas and rats must be exterminated. Only then can the hatred in my heart be appeased. They are indeed detestable, but we can tell from this battle that our flaws are still very big. Zhou Qin said, in the past, we were too strong, resulting in no one being able to threaten us. Now, it seems like we have to change. Remember the mobile version of the website. Chapter 1129. Change with each passing day. Chapter 1124. Change with each passing day. Chapter 1124. Change with each passing day. This time around, Lu Baiwe and the others did well. To think that they would make use of the discord between Zhou Qin, Wang Zhou, Hong Yi, Feng Han, Yang Qi, and Jiang Li to launch a brazen attack. Under their pressure, they managed to break through to 100 billion years of lifespan. With that, their strength can be said to be at the forefront, and they won't be eliminated. Gu Chunsha was in a secret place in the multivariate universe. He could see all of these battles vividly in his mind, and he nodded his head in approval. This time around, Lu Baiwe, Wen Hong, Zhu Guiya, Chang Weiyang, and the other martial sages had all broken through to 100 billion years of lifespan, and their strength had increased tremendously. More importantly, they had found the spirit and method to forge ahead and would not fall behind. In the multivariate universe, falling behind was a very frightening thing. In the past, the three great celestial lords had reigned supreme over the endless mainland. In the past, the immortal lord, Wan Senshi, had also been incomparably domineering and invincible. But where had they gone to now? In the era of the multivariate universe, there had been many ancestors, such as the Confucianism ancestor, the ancestor Justice, and some others, the Destiny ancestor. All of them had been extremely famous, but they had all disappeared without a trace. Some had died, killed by others, and replaced by new heroes. Some had stagnated, aged, and disappeared without a trace. Even Gu Chunsha himself had to improve continuously, lest he be surpassed by others. It was even more so for Lu Baiwe, Wen Hong, and the others. Although they were people by Gu Chunsha's side, they could not stagnate. They had to improve continuously. Gu Chunsha could not directly help them raise their cultivation bases, because if that were to happen, they would lose their drive to improve and would be surpassed by others sooner or later. Furthermore, after reaching the invincible immortal level, one would already be standing at the pinnacle of all worlds. If one wanted to improve, they couldn't rely on others. They could only rely on themselves to constantly explore, improve, comprehend, and ponder. Only then would they have room for improvement. It had to be known that Zhou Qin, Wang Zhou, Hong Yi, Feng Han, Yang Qi, and Jiang Li's fate energy was enough to suppress everything in the world. Unfortunately, their cultivation was currently stuck at a critical juncture, and they were unable to advance at all. This was why Lu Baiwe and the others were slowly catching up. From this, it could be seen that the higher one's cultivation was, the slimmer the chances of breaking through would be. The higher one's cultivation base was, the longer one stagnated, the more likely one would be overtaken or even surpassed by others. Therefore, no one could stop and rest. Sailing against the current, one would either advance or fall back. While Gu Chunsha was observing, all the major powers were actually observing this battle as well. This was because the commotion was simply too great. As long as one reached the invincible immortal level, they would be able to sense the immense destructive power sweeping through the multiverse. Experts who had reached the heavenly Tao realm, even if they couldn't sense the battle, felt as if they were chickens and ducks that were on the brink of an earthquake. The difference between invincible immortal experts and heavenly Tao realm experts was too great. It was very difficult for heavenly Tao realm experts to sense what invincible immortal experts were doing. However, heavenly Tao realm experts could more or less sense the terror of this battle. Who would have thought that the legend would be destroyed? Chu Chun once again gathered the invincible immortal experts. Looking at Wang Dong, Chun Shi, and their ancient abilities, he could tell that of all the experts under his command, only these three had the strongest destiny. Among them, Wang Dong's power was the most boundless, and his ancient abilities were the most bizarre. Chen Qi's potential was the greatest. Although Chen Qi had reached the annulled deathless level, he still insisted on spreading his message throughout the multiverse. That was especially true considering the level of his cultivation base. In the blink of an eye, he could create an endless stream of messages. He didn't even need to write them himself. What he wrote could be used to tug at the deepest chord in the hearts of all living beings. Not only did he spread his works, but he also spread all sorts of entertainment, causing his influence to spread throughout the multiverse. In the hearts of countless living beings, he wasn't a lofty, invincible, immortal expert, but rather a creator who brought happiness to themselves. This kind of cultivation method was unique. His accumulations grew more and more vigorous. One had to know that although he was creating, each of his works was an illusory world. However, after the illusory world was read by countless living beings, the world would be constructed in the depths of their hearts. Gradually, these worlds would be influenced by the power of the spirit, and they would truly materialize. After materialization, these worlds could be said to have been created by Chun-Chi. As such, the destiny he obtained was practically limitless, and he could almost obtain the merit of creating the multiverse. Furthermore, Chun-Chi was a person who hid his strength well. He had never displayed his combat strength. Even Chu-Chun didn't know what his combat strength was like. Therefore, after Chu-Chun established the immortal universe, he was constantly on guard against Chun-Chi. I originally thought that Zhou Qin and the others were invincible and could fight against Gu Qinsha. But now, it seems that Gu Qinsha and the others haven't even made a move. Liu Baiyue and the others led a team, yet they were able to beat Zhou Qin and the others to a pulp. Wang Dong thought about it and said, "It seems like we can't completely rely on these 6 people. They seem to have teamed up, but in reality, they're attacking on their own. None of them will submit to anyone else, causing their strength to be unable to integrate. I suspect that the 6 of them will kill each other this time." "You're right." Gu Xinwei nodded in agreement. "These 6 people have teamed up with our universe, but they're all high and mighty. They look down on us and treat us like slaves. Even if they break Gu Qinsha's control over his lifespan, they won't give us any benefits. It's better to rely on ourselves than to rely on them. Moreover, they can't even deal with Liu Baiyue and the others. How can they deal with Gu Qinsha? Still, we can't offend these people, but we could divide them." Chu Chun set the tone. "Actually, our group also needs a big battle to advance. Liu Baiyue's group might not have been stronger than us before, but after this big battle, they've reached the highest realm. There are actually 5 people with a lifespan of more than 100 billion years. Leader," Chun-Chi asked, "how long will it take for you to reach a lifespan of 100 billion years?" "Difficult, difficult, difficult." Chu Chan waved his hand. "My current lifespan is only a few tens of billions. It's impossible for me to advance by leaps and bounds and reach 100 billion years. That's because it's impossible to break through this realm with just time. In reality, we're all stagnating, and as time passes, we're slowly going downhill. I have to think of a way to break through." Wang Dong's heart was burning with passion. He wanted to reach Liu Baiyue's realm so that he wouldn't have to look at other people's faces. That was because if his lifespan exceeded 100 billion years, he would be on the same level as Zhou Qin and the others. But now, Zhou Qin and the others were looking at them as if they were slaves. This made them very unhappy because they were immortal experts. "You want a breakthrough? It's actually very simple." It was at this point that another person appeared in the temple. He was a young man, but his aura was neither righteous nor righteous, neither evil nor evil. His power caused the essence of the longevity cosmos to tremble. "You're right. The will of the new world, Gu Xinjian," Chu Chun immediately said. He already recognized this person. This was Gu Xinjian, who had disappeared for a long time. In the past 100,000 years, some people even suspected that he had fallen, but now he had appeared again. Moreover, looking at Gu Xinjian's aura, Chu Chun vaguely felt that this person's strength was probably not below Zhou Qin, Hong Yi, and the others. "That's right, it's me." Gu Xinjian sized up the immortal universe. "Not bad, not bad. I didn't think that time would fly by and geniuses would come forth. A brand new universe actually appeared, especially you, Chu Chun. You are very strong, but it is impossible for you to break through again, because your potential has been exhausted. The moment you established the immortal universe was the moment your potential was exhausted, just like Lin Yixuan who established the old and new universes. After she reached the peak, her fate began to decline. I'm afraid that before long, she will be plundered by others and meet with misfortune. Currently, the four boundless universes each had their own tripod. The new world, the old and new universes, and the immortal universe. It was like a long time ago when the Mother Nest universe, the Arcana universe, the extreme martial universe, and the immemorial universe stood side by side. However, the Arcana universe, the Mother Nest universe, and the other universes back then were just supergiant universes, one level smaller than the current immortal universe. Don't look down on this small difference. Even the difference between heaven and earth wasn't enough to describe it. Gu Xingjian, ever since you became a human, you've disappeared. Now that you've reappeared, your aura is similar to Zhou Qin's. Does that mean that you found a way to break through? You definitely didn't come here for no reason. Could it be that you're going to tell us the way to break through? Chen Qi suddenly spoke. Chen Qi grasped the main point as soon as he spoke. Liu Baiyue's team had found an opportunity to fight with Zhou Qin and the others, stimulating their potential and breaking through. Chu Chun and the others were naturally very envious, but unfortunately, they couldn't imitate them. For so many years, they had been distressed about breaking through. Everyone's wisdom was concentrated, but they couldn't think of an effective way. If Gu Xingjian could find a way to break through and let so many people break through, then everyone would definitely support him. It turned out that Zhou Qin had also used this as an excuse, saying that he could capture Liu Baiyue and the others and force Gu Chunsha to submit. Unfortunately, it was all for naught. Of course, I can help you break through. Gu Xingjian said, however, I also need you to work together. I've divined that you will soon face a great tribulation, and I can help you get through it. Of course, you have to directly fuse this immortal universe into the new world. Reading website. Chapter 1130. Chapter 1125. The Greater Universe. What? We're going to fuse the lifespan universe into the new world? Chu Chun looked at Gu Xingjian with suspicion. He thought that this person was trying to trick him, but he was very afraid and didn't dare to make a move. The other party's aura was too strong, almost on par with Zhou Qin and the others. Don't panic. I know that you've occupied the lifespan universe. With the power of this universe, your cultivation can improve greatly. But did you see Lin Yixuan? She still hasn't improved after obtaining a world that isn't old or new. From this, it can be seen that once you reach a certain point, you have to give up your achievements and start anew. Didn't you say that the Mother Nest universe, the Arcana universe, the Taiwu universe, and the immemorial universe merged to form the old world? Once the old world was formed, who knows how many immortal realm experts would be born? Gu Xingjian said, right now, I want to work with you to create an even greater universe that surpasses the boundless universe. Once this universe is born, you will all ascend. There's no suspense. We also want to upgrade the current universe, but we don't have the ability. Are you confident? Chen Qi asked. Of course, I'm very confident. Gu Xingjian said, actually, our goals are the same. We all want to break the shackles of Gu Chunsha and obtain true freedom. Therefore, there's no need for me to trick you. Moreover, at this level, there's no point in tricking you. With your strength, there's no point in me tricking you. That makes sense. Wang Dong, Chu Chun, Gu Shuntong, Chen Qi, and the others weren't unhappy at all. On the contrary, they felt that Gu Xingjian was speaking the truth. Chen Qi said, however, there's one thing I need to know. Even the new world isn't an existence that surpasses the boundless universe. Why were you able to ascend? I need to know how you ascended. Otherwise, we won't be able to feel at ease. Moreover, your experience will tell us, and will have more reference value. You can't copy my experience. I'm a special existence. Gu Xingjian smiled. That's not necessarily true. Chen Qi said, besides, you're just saying that you want us to integrate the longevity universe into the new world without doing anything. How can we believe you? You should at least show us your sincerity and pay us the deposit first. How about it? The deposit is the experience for your advancement. We will only work with you if we get the benefits. Otherwise, do you think we would be so stupid to bet our future and fate that we don't know anything about? That's right. Chu Chen agreed with Chen Qi. Wang Dong and the ancient divine ability also agreed. The other undying realm experts also nodded in agreement. In the face of a foreign enemy, these people were united against a common enemy. They secretly gathered their strength, and some even sent their wills into the lifeless universe's origin source in an attempt to stop Gu Xinjian. Of course, this ultimately depended on Chu Chen's opinion. This was because Chu Chen had the largest share in the longevity cosmos, and he also had the most authority. It was just like a company. He was the highest leader and held the authority and ownership of the company. Of course, the 36 undying realm experts here were all shareholders of the company. In terms of rules, he was on equal footing with Chu Chen. It's not impossible. Since that's the case, I will pass on my experience to you. As he spoke, cracks appeared on Gu Xinjian's body. Many laws emerged from these cracks, and they gathered together to form countless balls of light. These balls of light merged with each other and finally formed an article. There were characters and pictures in the article. It seemed to contain all life in the universe, all cultivation, all evolution, and all enlightenment. This article is my understanding. You can all use your divine will to read it, but I can say with certainty that you will not be able to advance according to my cultivation, Gu Xinjian said. As expected, as soon as this article appeared, the undying realm experts all sent their divine will into it. Many people couldn't bear it when their divine will entered, and they spat out a mouthful of blood. This blood was the result of their undying power being shaken and unable to fuse with their minds. Only Chen Qi, Chu Chen, Wang Dong, and the ancient divine ability could endure it, and they gained a lot from this article. So that's how it is. Chen Qi pondered for a long time before saying, "Your advancement is so strange. You and the old worlds will work together to make up for each other's weaknesses. You fused all the power together and finally evolved to the same level as Zhou Qin, with a lifespan of 100 billion. This is something we can't learn and we can't do. I believe you now. If you believe me, then let's begin." Gu Xinjian waved his hand. "I don't like to talk nonsense. If I can do it, I will do it. The new world doesn't belong to Gu Qinshan now, but it contains great power. As long as we can fuse with the undying world, we can create a huge devouring effect and absorb both the old and the new worlds. Once we succeed, we can create a new history. Then let's not waste time." Chu Chen finally made the decision. He thought for a while and suddenly opened his eyes. "We can't just sit here and wait for death." Rumble. The moment he made his decision, some kind of fate energy began to boil in the unseen world. In the old and new worlds, as the true master, Lin Yixuan suddenly felt her heart palpitate. She had been thinking hard, wanting to break through as soon as possible. In the past 100,000 years, her realm hadn't broken through at all, and it was even in a state of decline. Although the decline wasn't very obvious, she could still feel that the old and new worlds were expanding day by day, and there were many experts emerging. She felt a little powerless to control them. She was the true ruler of the old and new worlds, but no matter how powerful a ruler was, there would be a moment when they would be overthrown. She could feel it from the fate. In the old and new worlds, there were Zhang Xingong, Tang Chuan, Zhou Yang, Wei Jia, and others. These people were with her when they plotted against the fourth, Gu Huasha, and successfully turned the fourth, Gu Huasha's formation into the old and new worlds. Zhou Yang was the system created by Gu Qinsha and fused with the system created by the will of the old world. In the end, he cultivated to the undying realm and created the central plains universe. Wei Jia was Zhou Yang's nemesis, created by the unyielding will of the people of the central plains universe. Later, he received the help of the Emperor of Heaven Pill. In the end, he stood at the peak and also reached the undying realm. Zhang Xingong and Tang Chuan were the main characters of the new worlds, and they were very powerful. As for Lin Yixuan and others, they were the undying realm experts born in the New Worlds. Lin Yixuan wasn't outstanding in front of these people, but she was good at grasping opportunities. When the fourth Guhua Sha died, she grasped his weakness and obtained the undying realm cultivation. However, this opportunity couldn't let her be strong forever, so she was now going downhill. Rumble. At this moment, the old and new worlds suddenly shook, and a huge aura seemed to seep into the world's origin, gaining its recognition. Someone else has reached the invincible, imperishable level in this universe. Lin Yixuan's eyes were sharp. She knew that in this universe that wasn't the old or the new world, as long as someone reached the supreme immortal realm, her fate would be divided. It could even be a threat to her. However, she couldn't do anything about it. She couldn't stop the birth of a supreme immortal realm expert. Although she was the master of the old and new worlds, she gradually couldn't control the origin of a universe. This was something that complemented each other and also counteracted each other. For example, Gu Chensha was the creator of the new world, but as things developed, the new world grew stronger, and the will of the new world gradually broke away from his control, and it even nurtured experts everywhere to go against him. In the end, Gu Chensha didn't want to manage the new world and let nature take its course. Of course, this was Gu Chensha's strategy. Not only did he not suppress the birth of experts, he even intentionally or unintentionally nurtured experts to go against him. Many of the experts were nurtured by him. But Lin Yixuan didn't have the same height as Gu Chensha, master of the old and new worlds. So, someone entered the hall. It was Tang Chuan. After he entered, he said, "In our universe, another person reached the undying realm, but this person seems to have a grudge against you. Let's discuss. Should we kill this person? I didn't expect such a small character to grow to such a level. I really underestimated him. Is he someone the origin of the old and new worlds dotes on?" Lin Yixuan said. Her finger moved, and a person appeared in front of her. It was a young man with a slight smile on his face. This young man was very cold, and his clothes fluttered in the wind, as if everyone in the world lacked his money. That disdainful expression would make anyone who saw it feel uncomfortable. This youth was the one who had just reached the undying realm. Lin Yixuan knew about this grudge very well. It turned out that she was the master of the entire old and new worlds, and her status was extremely high. She also had many subordinates and disciples. Her disciples established their own sects and spread them down. After countless generations, they established a sect called the Sacred Palace. The Sacred Palace only accepted female disciples. Coincidentally, the girl that the youth liked was taken in by the Saint Palace and became a saintess. The youth naturally went to find her, but he was humiliated and almost lost his life. Thus, the youth started his fortuitous encounter and continuously cultivated, grew, and challenged the Saint Palace. He fought his way up, and who knew how many Saint Palace disciples he had killed? Remember the mobile website, M. Chapter 1131. Qin Guanglin Yixuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Her disciple's disciple. She didn't know which generation's disciple built the Sacred Palace and offended a nobody. That nobody fought his way up and killed her disciples one after another. In the end, he even began to threaten her rule. But this was karma. However, it was impossible for her to notice that a minor character had risen so quickly. With her strength, although she was tyrannical and unparalleled, she couldn't compare to Gu Chensha at all. Gu Chensha could clearly see in the multiverse which life form had the potential and which life form could rise rapidly. In other words, which life form had the fate of a protagonist. But Lin Yixuan didn't have this ability. She couldn't see who had the fate of the main character. Moreover, the myriad worlds were changing inexplicably. No one knew which one would become the main character of a universe, or even many universes. Gu Chensha didn't know either. It wasn't because his realm and power weren't good enough, but because he didn't want to do so. He wanted some accidents to happen. Days without accidents were too boring. What do you think now? Lin Yixuan asked. Then she saw who Bu Wei, Li Xiaoyang, Zhou Yang, Wei Jia, and Zhang Xingong also entered the hall. They were the main force of the old and new worlds. Different from the lifeless world, the old and new worlds were always controlled by these 7 giants. With Lin Yixuan as the leader, followed by Zhou Yang, Wei Jia, Zhang Xingong, Tang Chuan, Hu Bugui, and Li Xiaoyang. Lin Yixuan occupied the absolute leading position and could even control the origin of the old and new worlds. Therefore, she had the final say in the old and new worlds. Moreover, Hu Bugui and Li Xiaoyang were also with her. They were supreme, immortal-level experts who were born in the new world. With such a situation, not to mention Zhou Yang, Wei Jia, Zhang Xingong, and Tang Chuan, even the peerless immortal realm experts who were born in the old and new worlds had no say. Some peerless immortal realm experts were even chased out of the old and new worlds and hunted down. The reason why there were 36 supreme experts in the current lifeless world was that some of them came from the old and new worlds. Of course, we'll follow the precedent and suppress this child. Zhou Yang said, over the past 100,000 years, our old and new worlds have had 13 supreme immortal realm experts. 3 of them have escaped to the longevity world. The other 10 have been sealed in the world's core. We want to use the power of the world's core to refine them. Right now, they're dying. They don't have much time left. As long as we can refine them all, our old and new worlds will have a big advancement. Our power will also increase. Then we'll act according to the precedent. We'll suppress this young man with a thunderous strike and refine him. Lin Yixuan nodded. We mustn't let him escape again. In both the old and new worlds, the 7 potentates had long since come to an agreement that as soon as a boundless, deathless expert appeared in this world, they would be crushed without question. Now, this young man had appeared. Putting aside the fact that he had a grudge with Lin Yixuan, even if he didn't, he would still suppress, kill, and refine him. In this regard, the 7 of them would definitely not show any mercy. Do it! Lin Yixuan gave the order. Instantly, the 7 experts moved at the same time. Traveling through time, they surrounded the young man in an alternate dimension. Oh, to think that I, Qin Guang, would cause such a huge commotion the moment I ascended to the undying, deathless realm. The young man's name was Qin Guang. He looked at the 7 potentates coldly, without any fear. Suppress. Zhou Yang had seen this scene many times. Anyone who could ascend to the undying, deathless realm would be insufferably arrogant, just like Qin Guang. He could not be bothered to talk to this Qin Guang, and proceeded to suppress him. Lin Yixuan did not say anything either. In her heart, even though this young man was an undying, deathless realm expert, he was nothing more than a target to be suppressed. The power of the 7 potentates was overwhelming, forming a huge formation that stacked on top of one another, suppressing Qin Guang. Qin Guang struggled left and right, unable to do anything. Actually, after any undying, deathless realm expert was born, they would face the suppression of the 7 potentates. It was difficult to resist, especially someone like Lin Yixuan, who was no ordinary, undying, deathless realm expert. She could even command the origin wills of non-old and new worlds. You bastards, I won't let you off. Also, Lin Yixuan, I'll take revenge on you. I'll first make you my woman, then I'll make you beg for death. Qin Guang's body exploded with golden light. As a golden light flickered, he tried to burst out. However, the formation of the 7 potentates grew stronger and stronger, crushing Qin Guang's golden light in the end. Arg! Qin Guang screamed and turned into a ball of core matter, trapped by the formation. The ball of core matter struggled left and right, trying to break free. However, it was useless. In the end, it was suppressed into the deepest part of the origin source of the universe. It was about to be refined together with the other 10 balls of matter. This kid is really arrogant. Zhou Yang smiled. Does he really think he's the main character? I've seen too many people like him. Those who advance to the undying, deathless realm are indeed the main characters. However, the moment they advance, their main character fate is used up. From then on, they're no longer favored by the myriad worlds. At their most glorious moment, they're also at their weakest. We've already grasped some opportunities, Zhang Xingong said. That's right. I've already comprehended this principle over the years. At the most glorious moment, it's the moment of decline. It's even possible to encounter the greatest misfortune. Fortunately, I've already reversed the situation and gradually alleviated it. Once I comprehend the profoundness, I'll be able to break through the principle of decline and reach the true, undying realm. Lin Yixuan's tone was calm, as if she had truly grasped some sort of truth. Oh no! Just as she was speaking with fervor and assurance, the origin will of the entire universe suddenly trembled violently. Zhou Yang pointed at the depths of the sealed universe core. His face twisted in shock. Look, the origin of all the suppressed, undying, deathless realm experts have fused. In the depths of the universe core, the 7 magnates had created a space. This space had been created to suppress the undying, deathless realm experts and refine them. Over the years, there have been a total of 10 undying, deathless realm experts sealed in this space. These experts had gathered together, and now, only the core imprints were left, which were also the most crucial spiritual groups. If these spiritual groups were refined, they would truly die, unable to be reborn. On the other hand, if the spiritual imprints did not dissipate, as long as they escaped, they could immediately recover their strength. Now, Qin Guang's spiritual imprints had entered the space, and all the imprints were moving towards him and fusing together. Stop! Stop them from fusing. We must stop them from fusing. Seeing this, Lin Yixuan shuddered and broke out in a cold sweat. This was no small matter. Her voice trembled as she said, "If these spiritual wills fuse together, the consequences will be unimaginable. Kill." Immediately, the other 6 magnates also realized the seriousness of the matter. They would never allow such a thing to happen. Zhang Xingong, Zhou Yang, Wei Jia, Tang Chuan, Hu Gui, and Li Xiaoyang had completely fused their power together and injected it into the depths of the space formation. Suddenly, an incredible change occurred in the space formation. It pressed down on the inside, trying to expel the fused spiritual imprints, but it was to no avail. Buzz in the depths of the space core, a strange wave that they could not understand was transmitted. It actually directly devoured the power they had injected into the space, and then accelerated the fusion. Qin Guang's voice came from the depths of the space core. I've said before, you can't kill me. I purposely sucked you into the depths of the space core to absorb other origins. You've controlled the old and new worlds for too long, eliminating those who oppose you and trying to dominate this world forever. You've long incurred the hatred of the origin of this world. I'm here to replace you. You're no match for me. Rumble. The 10 origin spiritual imprints all fused into Qin Guang's origin will. Immediately, his power skyrocketed. Then, in a breath's time, he had completely fused with the origin will of the old and new worlds. In that instant, Lin Yixuan was shocked. She realized that she had lost control of the origin will of the old and new worlds. What exactly happened? For the past 100,000 years, I've been suppressing the origin of this world to prevent this from happening. I don't want the origin will of the old and new worlds to reject its creator. Lin Yixuan had actually been prepared for this, but she did not expect that she would still be unable to suppress it. Lin Yixuan, you're too arrogant. You should know that this old and new worlds were not created by you. You're just an opportunist. The core of the old and new worlds is actually the skyless Dallas formation created by Gu Chincha's brother, Gu Huasha. When he died, you were the first to occupy it. Do you think that the old and new worlds are yours? Isn't that just wishful thinking? One more thing. For the past 100,000 years, you've enjoyed a high position and good karma. Now that you've used up all that good karma, it's time for you to die. However, before I die, I'll make sure to toy with you a bit to vent my hatred. Qin Guang violently broke through space and appeared in front of the 7 giants. This arrogant young man released a domineering aura. Crack! He flew over and destroyed all of Hubugue's vitality with a palm strike. Before Hubugue died, a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Your lifespan is actually about to exceed 100 billion. Chapter 1132. Another giant. Not bad. My lifespan has surpassed 100 billion years, Qin Guang said coldly. Qin Guang said coldly, I've directly refined the 10 supreme origin experts you sealed and absorbed their imprints. Not only have I obtained all of their power, fortune, knowledge, and comprehension, but I also have to thank you for refining their imprints for so many years, allowing them to comprehend many new things. Their comprehension of the supreme origin realm far exceeds what you used to imprison them. They're like treasures. You've refined them for tens of thousands of years, making them even purer. But now it's all mine. This was the reason why Qin Guang had reached 100 billion years of lifespan. The 10 sealed, invincible, imperishable levels were constantly refined until they were only left with the purest power and enlightenment. This was equivalent to Lin Yixuan, the 7 giants, and the 10 origin realm experts working tirelessly for Qin Guang for tens of thousands of years. It would be strange if Qin Guang's cultivation did not skyrocket. Of course, the most impressive thing was that the 10 origin realm experts had suffered tribulations, so the tribulations within their fortune had been worn away. All that was left was a bit of the true meaning of eternal indestructibility. This bit of true meaning of eternal indestructibility entered Qin Guang's body. At this moment, Qin Guang's power and fortune, as well as his comprehension of life in the universe, had reached a supreme peak. Suddenly, the heavenly ways changed, and the sun and moon became eternal. Qin Guang casually waved his hand, and the entire old and new worlds began to change. A large amount of space was born, and the landscape of mountains and rivers began to change. In that instant, the old and new worlds were no longer the worlds of Lin Yixuan and the other giants, but Qin Guang's own world. A petty person had suddenly risen to become the greatest winner of the old and new worlds. What do we do? Zhou Yang's face paled. He felt that all his connections with the old and new worlds had been severed in that instant. He had lost a large portion of his power, and he felt an unprecedented sense of danger. This was the greatest tribulation he had ever faced. Furthermore, he could sense his destiny plummeting. Ever since he had acquired the will of the old world and the system Gu Chansha had given him, his life had been smooth sailing. No, he had been the main character in the past, able to resolve any problems he encountered. He had enjoyed a level of pleasure that ordinary people could never experience. Later, he had reached the invincible, deathless level. But now, he felt as if he had lost all the care he had received from the unseen world. Go! This feeling made him lose all his fighting spirit. Without saying a word, he began to run away. However, as soon as Qin Guang's aura moved, he locked on it. Suddenly, his body moved, transforming into a beam of light. Amidst his surprise attack, his hand reached out and pierced through his body, grabbing hold of his heart. Zhou Yang's aura was disappearing, and he could not even protect his spiritual imprint. There was no way for him to retreat. If you hadn't lost your confidence and lost your vigor, I wouldn't have been able to kill you so quickly. However, you're scared now. Today is the day you die. Qin Guang said, Actually, if the 7 of you had joined forces against me, I wouldn't have been able to kill you in a short time. However, you escaped just like that, allowing me to find an opening and kill one of you. It's like a rolling snowball. Very well, you must die. Zhou Yang, a genius, no, an existence whose destiny was greater than the heavens, had been killed in a single day. After killing Zhou Yang, Qin Guang's aura was even more savage. Whoosh whoosh. He completely surpassed time and space, even exceeding the time and distance that the invincible deathless could imagine. 2 clones appeared in front of Hu Buhui and Li Xiaoyang. Then, Hu Buhui and Li Xiaoyang's protective barriers were pierced through, and they were sucked dry. Their spiritual imprints, destiny, origin, mystiques, and intrinsic qualities were all gone, turning into strange runes that fell into Qin Guang's hands. Qin Guang's strength was simply incomparable. His current methods seemed to surpass the ferocity of Zhou Qin and the others. After killing 3 invincible deathless in a row, Lin Yixuan and the others' thoughts of joining forces against Qin Guang were completely extinguished. They all fled in all directions. It's a pity that you can't escape. If you were outside the old and new worlds, it would be very difficult for me to kill you, because in the multivariate universe, there are too many opportunities for you to escape. However, you chose to stay in the old and new worlds. Now, the entire origin will of the old and new worlds is on my side, fusing with me. I can command it like my own arm. In other words, I am the origin of the old and new worlds. The origin will of this world has been completely devoured by me. This is also your credit, because you have been refining for the past 100,000 years, causing the origin will to be very weak. In the end, you can only grab onto me as your last hope. Qin Guang sneered again. Indeed, Lin Yixuan and the other 6 powerhouses were all invincible, deathless realm experts with many methods. If they were outside the old and new worlds, he would not have been able to kill 3 of them so quickly. However, in the old and new worlds, it was equivalent to entering his lair. The 7 powerhouses could not escape at all. The origin will of the world was being controlled, making it difficult for them to operate. In an instant, Tang Chuan died. Wei Jia died. Zhang Xingong died. These illustrious giants, the once invincible experts, the former protagonists, had fallen just like that. They had fallen in an extremely miserable and tragic manner, silently and silently, just like some of the unknown juniors in history. Their main character halos had also dissipated like the wind. There was not the slightest ripple. In the long river of history, anyone could fall. In the end, Lin Yixuan was the only one left in the entire place. She faced Qin Guang, looked at his evil eyes, and said calmly, "Don't be too happy. Our ending will be your ending in the future. No one can be invincible forever. It's true that your fate is flourishing now, and the era belongs to you. However, 10,000 years later, 100,000 years later, do you think you can keep this up? I am an invincible existence. In this world, there is no existence that I can't defeat." Qin Guang looked at Lin Yixuan evilly. "I've said it before. I'll make you my woman. No, to be more precise, my plaything. I won't kill you for the time being. I'll humiliate you and let all your disciples and grand disciples, as well as those believers who worship you as the supreme existence, witness with their own eyes how I'll toy with you. I'll use the most despicable and unacceptable methods to make you wish you were dead. I'll absorb strength from their humiliation and anger, turning them into my nutrients." Even though she had reached such a realm, Lin Yixuan still felt her hair stand on end. If she were to fall into Qin Guang's hands, death would be certain. However, she would have to endure endless humiliation before her death. That was absolutely not allowed. Self-destruction. At that instant, Lin Yixuan suddenly activated a secret technique. She started burning her lifespan. She had a lifespan of 10 billion, and in an instant, she burned away 1 billion. Rumble. Countless imprints appeared on her body. These imprints changed, vibrated, stimulated, and stimulated each other. All of a sudden, a resplendent beam of light pierced through the gray space of the old and new worlds. She fused with the beam of light and was about to escape. Damn it. You actually know how to burn your lifespan. This is a technique that Gu Chansha bestowed upon people. However, you're still not strong enough in front of me. Qin Guang roared. He waved his hand and started burning his lifespan as well. You've already burned 1 billion years of your lifespan. That's not ruthless enough. Lin Yixuan, I've already said that I'll make you wish you were dead. He had actually burned away 2 billion years of his lifespan. Right now, he had over 100 billion years of lifespan. He could afford to do so. Zhou Yang and the others are all idiots. If they had fought with their lives on the line, I wouldn't have been able to do anything to them. However, They hesitated and wanted to escape without paying any price. I killed them instantly. As for you, you might be strong and decisive, but it's useless. Even if you burn all your lifespan, I'll still take you down. Qin Guang roared. You're a madman. Lin Yixuan wanted to burn her lifespan again, but it was too late. Qin Guang had activated some kind of secret technique and completely controlled her, sealing her within. Now, I'll let you start your nightmarish life. Enjoy it. Qin Guang moved and started his evil plan. However, at this dangerous moment, a person suddenly appeared. An elegant young man dressed in green clothes. It was actually Zhou Qin. He looked at Qin Guang and suddenly attacked, pushing out a palm. Zhou Qin. Qin Guang seemed to have long known that someone would come to save Lin Yixuan. He glared at Zhou Qin and suddenly attacked. He actually burned 10 billion years of his lifespan, turning into a formless beam of light and attacking Zhou Qin. What? This time, it was Zhou Qin's turn to be shocked. You actually burned 10 billion years of your lifespan? Do you really think that your lifespan is endless? This is your flaw. Qin Guang's killing intent was so strong that it could destroy heaven and earth. At his level, he could destroy countless universes with a single thought. Moreover, he had burned 10 billion years of his lifespan. You guys still think that you're under Gu Chench's control. That's why you treasure your lifespan, afraid that you'll die once your lifespan is used up. But I'm not afraid at all. I know that even if my lifespan is used up on this interface, I won't die. I'm eternal. Gu Chench's interface is just a lie. Of course, you haven't comprehended this realm yet. Since you're here, don't leave. Become my sacrifice. Chapter 1133. Insufferably arrogant, hearing Qin Guang threaten to kill him, Zhou Qin couldn't help laughing in anger. Right now, he was the strongest person apart from Gu Chensha. Even if Liu Baiwei had tricked him with the combined power of the six of them, he wouldn't be able to easily kill her. However, if it was a one-on-one battle, Liu Baiwei still wouldn't be a match for him. He still had a 70% chance of suppressing her. Liu Baiwei was fine. After all, she was Gu Chench's person. The pavilion closest to the water enjoys moonlight first. What was Qin Guang? He was a person who had a fortuitous encounter that had suddenly appeared. At best, he was just another main character that wasn't in the old and new worlds. Although he had undergone some sort of mutation, he was still a minor character. He was just more arrogant than anyone else. Huh. Zhou Qin started to laugh. He did not want to say another word to Qin Guang, as he felt that it was an insult to his mouth. He could only use his fist to teach him a lesson. The fist pierced through the ages, piercing through the void and reality. Reincarnation shattered, and the great Tao fell. The old and new worlds all trembled, as if they were going to be shattered by Zhou Qin's fist. In an instant, it arrived before Qin Guang. So ruthless. A ruthless glint flashed in Qin Guang's eyes. He could tell that Zhou Qin was going to kill him with a single strike. Zhou Qin wanted to destroy him and the old and new worlds. However, Zhou Qin, I'm even more ruthless than you. If I, Qin Guang, say that I'm invincible, then I'm invincible. I don't care about Gu Chench's so-called panel confusion at all. In front of me, Gu Chensha is just a weakling. Watch how I crush him in the future. Sacrifice, sacrifice, not the old or the new world, destroy it for me. The fist that had arrived in front of him actually couldn't kill him. Zhou Qin seemed to have encountered a great obstacle. This was because the entire old and new worlds were collapsing inwardly at an unparalleled speed. Then, the entire old and new worlds were about to be destroyed by Qin Guang. The power of his sacrifice was used to kill Zhou Qin. Qin Guang could be said to be deranged and completely insane. Qin Guang, you aren't a human at all. There aren't many living creatures in the old and new worlds, yet you were able to destroy them just like that. You are even more terrifying than a devil. Lin Yixuan was shocked as well. Fools, it doesn't matter how many of these ants die. The more miserable their deaths are, the more my strength will increase. Qin Guang laughed malevolently. At this moment, the old and new worlds were truly facing a devastating disaster. In a country, the highest realm was the Heaven Tao Realm Expert. This country's governance was very high, and it was very harmonious. The king and his wife were observing the country's fate, and a group of officials were dancing and feasting beside them. It was the happiest place in the world. However, all of a sudden, the entire space and time collapsed. Many of the officials were instantly turned into ashes. They didn't even have a chance to react. The emperor was in the heavenly Tao realm. He had used his most powerful divine ability, but he hadn't died. However, when he saw his wife and children turn to ash, he screamed. His heart was shattered, and he shouted, "Who is it? Who dares to destroy us? I curse you." But then he also turned into ashes. This was just an example. In the entire old and new worlds, there were countless dimensions, star fields, space-time, and all kinds of vast continents. Among them, there were as many forces as the eternal sands, sects, countries, religions, ancient families, races, and so on. Everything was now facing the calamity of extinction. Heavens, someone actually wants to destroy our old and new worlds. Who is so ruthless? It's Qin Guang, that person called Qin Guang. Who can save us? Who can? Various races, including dragons, fairies, dwarves, werewolves, liches, vampires, beastmen, immortals, celestials, and so on, were all shouting. However, they could only watch as their world collapsed. Ancestor, please save us. Some of Lin Yixuan's disciples and grand disciples were also praying. Unfortunately, Lin Yixuan couldn't even protect herself, let alone them. Rumble. No matter how many living beings in the old and new worlds cried out, it was useless. No matter how brilliant their methods were, how abundant their fate was, or how powerful their fortuitous encounters were, they were all facing destruction. The judgment of the end of the world had arrived. Even the origin of the world couldn't stop it. The origin of the old and new worlds? Are you blind? Are you regretting now that you found such a person? He destroyed your body directly. Now, Yule is going to be refined by him. Lin Yixuan shouted along with the others. At this time, a stream of data appeared on Qin Guang's body. This stream of data seemed to be stopping him from destroying the old and new worlds. Get lost. Destroy it. Qin Guang knew that this was not the work of the will of the old and new worlds. Since you have chosen me, you are my slave. If I want you to die, you must die. Since you still dare to resist me, then die thoroughly. I won't be as stupid as Gu Qinsha, who created the new world's will and dared to oppose him. I won't leave this hidden danger alive. A stream of flames appeared on his body. Suddenly, the stream of data started to burn. With a shrill scream, it completely fused into his body. His aura suddenly skyrocketed. After that, the old and new world's destruction also accelerated. Damn it, this lunatic. Where did this rash guy come from? Zhou Qin was furious. His body couldn't move. The destruction of the old and new worlds had completely imprisoned him. He felt great danger. This time, he came to save Lin Yixuan because he wanted to subdue Lin Yixuan and suppress Qin Guang. He wanted to fuse Qin Guang into the old and new worlds, allowing this world to improve. At the same time, he himself would also advance. Ever since that battle, in reality, he and Hong Yi and the others were already united on the surface. They all had their own ideas. They knew that if they wanted to improve to the point where they could contend against Gu Qinsha, they had to kill the other 5 and devour them all. Only then would they be able to obtain the strongest fate to fight against Gu Qinsha. Other than that, there was no other way. This was also the reason why he was so anxious to control the old and new worlds. He had thought that it would be a piece of cake. Unexpectedly, he had fallen into a stalemate. Moreover, he seemed to be in danger of being heavily injured. Of course, he wouldn't die. This was because he knew that it was impossible for Qin Guang to kill him. However, if he were to be heavily injured and chased by some of his companions, he would be refined. If any of his companions refined him, that companion's strength would increase by a lot, and they would be able to sweep through the heavens. He wasn't afraid of anyone but his companions. Qin Guang, I advise you to quickly stop. I can leave, but I don't want to fight to the death with you. You can't kill me. If you insist on killing me, I'm afraid the one who will die will be you, Zhou Qin said. Nonsense. Nonsense. Zhou Qin, you talk too much nonsense. Since you've come here to save Lin Yixuan, wanting to be a hero and save a damsel in distress, that means you're going against me. There's only one outcome for those who go against me, death. Qin Guang didn't care about what Zhou Qin said. His arrogance had reached an unparalleled limit. Qin Guang didn't care at all. He continued to sacrifice the old and new worlds. At the moment of the sacrifice, the old and new worlds were finally destroyed, turning into a huge formation. It seemed like Gu Huasha's skyless Dallas formation for back then. However, the current formation was many times stronger than back then. If the skyless Dallas formation from back then was a drop of water, then the current formation was an ocean. This formation completely contained Zhou Qin within it. It made it impossible for Zhou Qin to escape. Zhou Qin, resist, Qin Guang said. I can torture you. Of course, if I devour and refine you, my strength will reach a higher level. If you have the ability, destroy yourself and die with me. Do you dare? You don't dare, but I do. At this level, I dare to die with you. This is where I'm stronger than you. Qin Guang laughed maniacally as he started to activate the formation. The formation shrunk inwards. Zhou Qin's body started to explode. It seemed like his yuan qi was leaking, and he could no longer protect himself. Lin Yixuan fell into Qin Guang's hands. Lin Yixuan, you've finally been captured by me. What a pity. Your disciples and grand-disciples are all dead. They fused into this formation. I can't see how you're being humiliated. It's really hard to let go of the pain in my heart. Zhou Qin's hands kept roaming around Lin Yixuan's body. This made Lin Yixuan so ashamed that she wanted to die. She wanted to burn her lifespan and fight to the death with him. Unfortunately, she was completely restrained by Qin Guang. She couldn't burn her lifespan at all. At this moment, Qin Guang seemed to have a special ability that prevented Lin Yixuan from doing anything. All she could do was endure. Now it's your turn. Zhou Qin, you think you're the true main character. Unfortunately, you're not. You're destined to retire from the stage of history. I'm destined to stand on the stage forever. Qin Guang spat out a mouthful of blood. He burned his lifespan for another 10 billion years, injecting it into the formation. The formation was like pouring oil on a fire. It immediately started to expand. Countless powers started to germinate. Zhou Qin was infuriated to the extreme. The person in front of him was simply unreasonable. He didn't think at all and kept killing his enemies. He was even willing to perish together with any of his enemies. He was a complete lunatic and a hysterical maniac. Zhou Qin was helpless against such an enemy. Now, Qin Guang could be said to have forced him into a dead end. Kid, you asked for this. After you die, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too arrogant. Zhou Qin made up his mind. He knew that if he didn't use his trump card, his yuan qi would be greatly damaged. He wouldn't be able to escape. He might even die here. As he spoke, a huge ancient bronze bell appeared above his head. When the ancient bell rang, unparalleled ripples spread out in all directions, causing the great array to shake. Chapter 1134. Reincarnation. Zhou Qin was forced to put his life on the line. In fact, he had no choice but to do so, as he would be gravely injured by Qin Guang. If he didn't do so, he might as well kill and refine Qin Guang to make up for his loss. Qin Guang was too crazy. Zhou Qin could only kill this arrogant kid immediately to let him know how powerful he was. His ancient bronze bell was the culmination of his life force quintessence, as well as the most profound truths and principles. Once it was used, it could sweep through the heavens, destroy heaven and earth, and be reborn and destroy the universe millions upon millions of times over. In that instant, it possessed unimaginable power. It was an unparalleled magical treasure that would allow him to move unhindered in the future. Zhou Qin, I knew you would use your bronze bell. But do you think you can deal with me with this piece of scrap metal? That's wishful thinking. I'll let you know that all your tricks are fake. Everything you have is for me. I'll devour you completely and turn you into my nutrients. My power is not something you can imagine. After I kill you, I'll devour the other 5 like you, Hong Yi, Wang Zhao, Feng Han, Yang Qi, and Jiang Li. They'll all gather on me. Your existence is for me. Qin Guang roared. Suddenly, a rune rose from the formation. It looked like the word Dao, but it changed slightly to the word kill. It changed again to the word life, and then to the word destruction. In an instant, it changed trillions of times. Every change was a universal truth that could give rise to everything. This rune was the original rune. Existence and non-existence, void and non-void, universe and non-universe. Existence and non-existence all seemed to originate from this rune. Zhou Qin was shocked when he saw this rune. How is this possible? How is this possible? This is the profoundness of non-existence and non-existence that even I can't comprehend. How can you? Finally, Zhou Qin's expression changed. When he saw the rune, he knew that Qin Guang's comprehension of non-existence and non-existence was above his own. In other words, Qin Guang was not just an arrogant brat who had a fortuitous encounter. In fact, his cultivation level was higher than his. This was something he could not accept. Only now did he truly feel the threat of death. In the past, Qin Guang wouldn't be able to kill him no matter how hard he tried. His greatest danger was that he would be severely injured after killing Qin Guang, allowing his other 5 companions to take advantage of him. But now he could see the possibility of Qin Guang killing him. It was even possible that Qin Guang wouldn't die after killing him. Instead, he would refine him, plunder his fate, and increase his cultivation base. What's impossible about that? Qin Guang said, Zhou Qin, you are too arrogant. I know the 6 of you. In the future, you will be the main characters of countless great eras. Unfortunately, times have changed and history has taken a turn. If you don't go against the current and struggle, you will truly be eliminated from the stage of history. Therefore, you have chosen to appear in this great era. Unfortunately, in this great era, you are no longer the main characters. You are destined to be eliminated. Your appearance is actually to provide nutrients for the real main characters. You are all pieces of fat meat. Damn it, my current strength isn't even half of my peak. I only have a third of it. Otherwise, how could a small fry like you take advantage of me? Zhou Qin roared. However, Junior, you want to devour me and turn me into your nourishment? You're really too delusional. Borrow my strength. Borrow my invincible strength from the future me. At that moment, Zhou Qin activated some kind of secret technique. Because of the secret magic, a shadow of himself appeared above his head, a shadow that seemed to have traveled against the flow of time from the future to this place. Then, the shadow that would go against the current in the future completely merged with Zhou Qin. In an instant, Zhou Qin's strength rose steadily. Junior, let me tell you now, our foundation is definitely not something a piece of trash like you, who became arrogant just because you had a fortuitous encounter, can compare to. Bang! He pointed with his finger. In an instant, the bronze bell exploded. The shockwave from the explosion tore the formation apart. To think that Zhou Qin would explode his own bronze bell, intending to kill Qin Guang once and for all. Even though this was a huge blow to him, it didn't matter. How could the formation formed by all the living beings and worlds in the old and new worlds be torn apart so easily? Countless living beings have been sacrificed. Their curses, their wishes, their will to live, their doubts, all of them have been fused into this formation. I've been suppressing their backlash all this while. Now that you've broken the formation, you've actually helped me. You've helped me to bear the wrath and resentment of these living beings. All of a sudden, Qin Guang burst out laughing. His smile was extremely radiant. This smile caused Zhou Qin's heart to sink. All of a sudden, the resentment of countless people appeared from within the formation that was being torn apart. Within this resentment, countless living beings appeared and attached themselves onto Zhou Qin's body like maggots. Why? Why do you want us to lose our right to live? Why? Why do you want to destroy the old and new worlds? I won't let you off, even if I have to die. I curse you. I curse that you will definitely fall. In an instant, Zhou Qin was shrouded by curses and resentment. If it was just one person or billions of people, Zhou Qin wouldn't care at all. However, this was the resentment and curse of all living beings in the old and new worlds. There were countless heavenly Tao realm experts, as well as some undying realm experts. Other than them, there were also heaven realm, heaven origin, heaven longevity, heavenly venerables, sages, and God realm experts. There were also the resentment of the old and new worlds. Originally, a non-new world could become an overlord like the old world will or the new world will. However, it was a pity that it had been blind to choose Qin Guang, an ingrate. As a result, it had fallen victim to Qin Guang's treacherous schemes. Therefore, before this will died, it had been filled with great resentment. Qin Guang transferred so much resentment to Zhou Qin. Ha! Zhou Qin, if you hadn't fought me with your life on the line, I wouldn't have been able to suppress the curse any longer. It's very likely that the curse would have landed on me. The reason why I acted so hysterically was to confuse you, to make you think I'm a madman, arrogant, and conceited. That way, I would be able to force you to use your strongest technique to tear apart the grand formation and endure my curse. You finally fell for it. This is luck, fate energy. Fate energy is on my side. Now that you've destroyed your bronze bell and torn apart the grand formation, not only did you not injure me, you even helped me refine the grand formation and eliminate the true curse. Only then will my strength truly increase. Now, my real performance begins. Absorb, fate energy, refine, everything belongs to me. But in the blink of an eye, Qin Guang had already reached Zhou Qin. Then he grabbed Zhou Qin's head with his huge hand and sucked. In an instant, many of Zhou Qin's fate energy, comprehension, power, and even the strongest imprint of an era were all absorbed into his body. At this moment, Zhou Qin's entire body was shrouded by the black aura curse. He was unable to move and could only let Qin Guang do whatever he wanted. In a breath's time, his body had shrunk as Qin Guang had plundered many of his essence, qi, spirit, and core things. Qin Guang, you actually tricked me. Zhou Qin had suffered a huge loss this time. At least half of his essence, qi, and spirit had been plundered by Qin Guang. His lifespan was drastically reduced while Qin Guang's lifespan shot up like a rocket. Under such circumstances, Zhou Qin no longer had the capital to fight with his life on the line. Since that's the case, Qin Guang, I'll let you know what my ultimate trump card is. Zhou Qin suddenly laughed. It was a very strange laugh. You used me to help you endure the curse. But in reality, I also used you to help me complete the true transformation and become truly suitable for this era. Bang! All of a sudden, Zhou Qin exploded. Countless powers, countless transformations, and countless tremors spread out just like that. In the midst of the explosion, Qin Guang's expression changed drastically as he immediately retreated. In the midst of the explosion, Zhou Qin was completely destroyed, vanishing into thin air. It was as if he had completely died and fallen. However, Qin Guang knew that Zhou Qin was definitely not dead. His deepest core essence had already disappeared. If his guess was right, Zhou Qin might have escaped into the myriad worlds and reincarnated. Once the reincarnation was successful, Zhou Qin would truly be able to adapt to this era. He might even be able to cultivate his strongest power in the future. At the final juncture, Zhou Qin borrowed Qin Guang's power to reincarnate. Qin Guang, originally, my consciousness died at the hands of Gu Chunsha, and then I reincarnated. That way, my value would be greater, and it would be more meaningful. However, I didn't expect to die at the hands of a piece of trash like you. Although I'm very unwilling, I still succeeded. You absorbed all of my imprints from the future era. The remaining me, after reincarnating, is more suited to this era. I'm truly a person of this era. I'll make a comeback and completely unleash my strongest power. In order to repay a piece of trash like you, when I return, I'll humiliate you to death." The voice then faded away. As expected, Zhou Qin did not die. On the contrary, he borrowed Qin Guang's hand to break free from some kind of restraint. However, this was a great humiliation to Zhou Qin. His original intention was to let Gu Chansha free himself. Unfortunately, he still had to borrow the hand of trash like Qin Guang. Damn it, damn it! Qin Guang was enraged. "Zhou Qin, when you reincarnate is when you are at your weakest. Even if you reincarnate as a maggot, I will still find you and crush you to death." Bang! Originally, he wanted a toy with Lin Yixuan. However, he was no longer in the mood. With a squeeze of his hand, Lin Yixuan's entire body exploded, vanishing into thin air. Remember the mobile website, M. Chapter 1135. Breaking the Shackles. Lin Yixuan could be said to have a monstrous destiny. When she established the old and new worlds, she was vaguely the strongest protagonist. However, I didn't expect that 100,000 years later, she would quietly leave the scene and end up like this. She wasn't a random junior who rose up in the old and new worlds, but she actually became a giant. This junior even fooled Zhou Qin once. From this, it can be seen that with the passage of time, any insignificant person can become an unparalleled giant. In another space-time, Lu Baiwei, Wenhong, Zhuge Ye, Martial Sage, Chang Weiyang, and the others were cultivating, comprehending, communicating, and deducing the knowledge of the immortal world. At the same time, they could clearly see all sorts of changes in the world of the multiverse, and were constantly calculating the possible existences that could happen. Right now, the biggest matter was none other than the destruction of the old and new worlds and Qin Guang's emergence. "Qin Guang's current strength is probably above us," Wenhong said to Zhuge Ye. That's right. He even schemed against Zhou Qin once. His strength is indeed above us. However, we've learned a lot from this battle. We've seen Zhou Qin's true trump card, as well as how Qin Guang was born. These experiences are extremely important to us, Zhuge Ye said. Qin Guang is vicious, arrogant, and insufferably arrogant. Will he come for us? Longevity, God interrupted. It's possible, Lu Baiwei said. We can't rule out this possibility. Of course, I'm afraid he needs to increase his strength again. The first places to bear the brunt are the new worlds, old worlds, and lifeless worlds, because that bone is easy to chew. He is still somewhat fearful of trying to chew us down. I keep feeling that this kid is not someone that Chansha wants to nurture. Although he is strong and has the potential to rise, it shouldn't be long, Chang Weiyang said. Let's see how far he can go, Lu Baiwei said. We can also quietly observe and gain more knowledge through observation. We have a huge advantage. We can also obtain Chencha's experience, Wenhong said. As they spoke, the group of people completely concealed themselves. Not a single trace of them could be found in the heavens. At this moment, Qin Guang, who was standing in the void, frowned. In fact, he had long noticed that many experts in the outside world were paying attention to this place. They had also sensed Lu Baiwei's group. His lifespan had already reached more than 400 billion years, and it was still increasing. In terms of lifespan, he was probably the most powerful person in the multiverse. This was the result of absorbing all of Zhou Qin's destiny, power, and experience. Although Zhou Qin had borrowed his power to reincarnate, all of his power had been given to Qin Guang. Therefore, the current Qin Guang was practically the only one in the entire world. The only thing that made him unhappy was that the virtual interface in his sea of consciousness was still there. It was unbreakable and showed his lifespan and everything else. This was the power of Gu Chansha. Sooner or later, I will tear this virtual interface apart and return to eternity, breaking the laws. Qin Guang's intense hatred for Gu Chansha surged. There had never been a time when he hated Gu Chansha as much as he did now. The stronger he was, the more he hated the existence that restrained him. He should be the one to restrain others. Others could not restrain him. This was the highest profound meaning. This bunch of rats hide very quickly. They have followed Gu Chunsha for so long, yet they can still stand at the peak. No one could drag them down. Qin Guang sneered. His eyes were filled with killing intent. The rats he was referring to were none other than Lu Baiyue and the others. They had been sneakily observing the battle between him and Zhou Qin. After that, they had gone into hiding and completely disappeared. What should I do next? With my current cultivation, I should be the most powerful person in the heavens. Should I go and kill Gu Qinsha directly? That doesn't seem appropriate. I still haven't found a way to break his virtual interface. I have to increase my power. After devouring Zhou Qin's power, my cultivation has increased rapidly. It seems that I have to devour Feng Han, Hong Yi, Wang Chao, Yang Qi, and Jiangli. However, these 5 people are not so easy to deal with. If I defeat them individually, it might be possible. I'm afraid that I won't be their match if the 5 of them work together. One Zhou Qin is already so difficult to deal with, let alone 5 of them. However, it's not impossible. Those rats have already dealt with 6 people, and they even obtained opportunities to improve. These 6 people are not united. Qin Guang kept thinking about it, as he quickly raised his cultivation base. With his current cultivation, he was already the most powerful person in the world. Of course, this was what he thought. However, he did not stop because of this. He immediately took action, trying to find a stronger opportunity to improve himself. Advancement is to continuously devour fate and gather it in one's body. Qin Guang decided to use this simple method. It was a universal truth. First, the best way is to devour Feng Han, Hong Yi, Wang Chao, Yang Qi, and Jiangli, these 5 people. Second, to devour Lu Baiyue's group of rats. Third, to devour the experts of the New World, the Old World, and the Lifeless World. Only then will my strength improve by leaps and bounds, reaching an unimaginable level. In just a few seconds, Qin Guang had decided what he should do next. He would first gnaw on the bones that were easy to gnaw on. Whoosh! He disappeared directly. In the next moment, he arrived in the lifeless world. In this multiverse, there were a total of 4 endless and boundless universes. There were the New World, the Old World, and the Old World. Now that the Old World and the New World had been refined by Qin Guang, all the living beings in it had turned into illusions. All that was left were the 3 great universes. In an instant, Qin Guang thought of subduing and devouring these 3 great universes, or creating an even bigger universe for himself to advance. His thoughts were similar to the New World Gu Xinjian's. However, he was now the strongest, and the strongest wanted the weak to submit to him. In the highest hall of the lifeless world, there were 36 grand immortal realm experts gathered. Among them, Chu Chun was the strongest, followed by Wang Dong. His ancient mystique ranked 3rd, and Chun Qi ranked 4th. However, Chun Qi had the greatest potential. In Qin Guang's eyes, these people were just carps, grass carps, crucian carps, and black carps in a small pond. He himself was a giant whale in the ocean. These people had to submit to him, or they would die without a doubt. No one could stop him. When he arrived in the hall, the 36 grand immortal realm experts all opened their eyes. Chu Chun seemed to have known that Qin Guang would come. He exchanged glances with the others before speaking. Heroes indeed come from the young. I didn't think that the illustrious Old World and the New World would actually fall. Countless living beings created a person like you. Qin Guang, are you here to devour my lifeless world today? Yes, but also no. Qin Guang looked at this group of small fish arrogantly. Before today, this group of people was like an overlord in his eyes. However, after today, these people were existences that could be slaughtered by him. The opportunities of heaven and earth were just that mysterious. What do you mean? Chu Chen asked. If you submit to me and worship me as your master, I can let you continue living. This way, I will let your world, the lifeless world, become the strongest universe in the universe, surpassing another level. If you are unwilling, then you will die like the old world and the new world. There will be no suspense. Do you understand? Qin Guang said, in short, submit or die. It seems like you have us in your hands. Chen Qi spoke. Your strength is not worth mentioning in front of me. Killing you will only dirty my hands. However, I know that you have nothing to fear because you have the support of the new world and the old world will. You probably think that Gu Taxian and Gu Xinjian alone can contend against me, right? Qin Guang seemed to know everything. After the old worlds will turned into a human, he was still called Gu Taxian. However, this existence was no longer the heavenly talisman emperor of the past. The Gu Taxian of the past had disappeared for some reason, or perhaps he had fused with the old world's will and became another existence. Only Gu Qinshan knew that things were not so simple. The current Gu Taxian old world's will and Gu Xinjian both had a lifespan of over 100 billion years. They were not easy to deal with, but Qin Guang didn't care. He was already invincible. Another huge storm was about to descend. At least it's not a dead end. At this moment, Gu Chansha was observing everything from afar. Qin Guang is not my enemy. He is not strong enough and can only jump around for a while. However, there will be more and more people like him in the multiverse in the future. Since ancient times, there has been no lack of such people. In the past, Zhao, Jiangshan, Fa Wuxian, Zhang Ziren, all of them were like that. Unfortunately, they all fell one after another. This is interesting. I hope that he can continue breaking through the restrictions of my virtual interface and become the strongest. Gu Qinshan knew that although Qin Guang was strong, as long as he could not break through the restrictions of his virtual interface, he would not be qualified to stand in front of him. Fortunately, this situation was not far away. A powerful person like Qin Guang was born very quickly. In the future, there would be more existences like him. Moreover, in today's battle, Qin Guang might not be able to gain any advantage. Lines of data were gathered in Gu Qinsha's module. Gu Qinsha's neither nor immortality module seemed to be condensing very soon and breaking through this realm. Ever since he made the restrictions for all living beings in the world, this module had been improving rapidly, allowing him to obtain more knowledge. This meant that his plan was correct and there were no loopholes. At this moment, Qin Guang was in the lifeless world's hall, enjoying a different scene. Whoosh whoosh, two figures appeared. They were Gu Taxian and Gu Xinjian. Chapter 1136. There's a higher mountain. Qin Guang was invincible. After appearing out of nowhere, he immediately wanted to prove himself and his ability to dominate the heavens. He went to the lifeless world and made his move. The lifeless world's power was no match for him at all. In his opinion, even if the old world and the new world joined forces, it would be a piece of cake. If they joined forces, he would be able to take them all out in one fell swoop without wasting any more power. He even had the ability to turn the multiverse into ashes and rebuild it from scratch. It was just that deep in his heart, he still had some misgivings about Gu Qinsha. Otherwise, he would have done as he pleased long ago. Seeing the new worlds will Gu Xinjian and the old worlds will Gu Taxian appear, Qin Guang showed no fear at all. Instead, a smile appeared on his face. Good, very good. I've long since calculated that you would make your move. Since you've appeared together, it means that you've been working on it for a long time. The old worlds, new worlds, and lifeless world source energies have actually been linked together to form an even larger world. Once this world's evolution succeeds, it will greatly increase your strength. Unfortunately, I'm here today, and I'm going to do the same thing. However, I'll monopolize the fruits of the evolution. If you're obedient and become my slaves, I can share some of the soup with you. If you're disobedient, only death awaits you. Do it. The new worlds will Gu Xinjian and the old worlds will Gu Taxian didn't waste any more words with Qin Guang. They felt that any nonsense was meaningless at this time. Rumble. The three enormous source energies gathered together. Instantly, the palace became a palace of absolute destruction. Inside the palace, countless energies surged, and three completely different data appeared. One was the source energy of the lifeless world, and the other was the source energy of the old world and the new world. This meant that the three great worlds were about to merge. These three great worlds were boundless universes. Once they merged and evolved, what kind of level would they reach? Perhaps even Gu Qinsha was looking forward to this change. Gu Qinsha was also paying close attention to this change. However, he did not intend to interfere. He wanted to let them determine the winner and loser on their own. Just like raising Gu insects, when the Gu insects were devouring each other, the Gu breeder would not interfere. Since you fellows are courting death, I have no choice but to grant you your wish. If I can destroy the old and new worlds and kill off all the people inside, I can do the same to you fellows. Seeing what was happening, Qin Guang's lips curled into a savage grin. Destroy. Two words came out of his mouth. Instantly, a world-destroying beam of light shot out from him, spreading out in all directions. Deathless and non-deathless, void and non-void, matter and energy, as well as non-matter and non-energy, all of it merged into the beam of light. This was his ultimate technique, comprehending the strongest move. Just this move alone could make him invincible. This person has gone completely mad, just like F.A. Wuxian back then. He wanted to devour the entire universe, but in the end, he was besieged and killed. Right now, his power won't last long. The new world's will, Gu Xinjian roared. All of a sudden, he and the old world's will, Gu Taxian, emitted the same ripple. The two of them joined forces, and the ripple surged out, clashing with Qin Guang's light beam. Crackle. Many black holes appeared here, rising and falling. Who knew how many strange phenomena had occurred? Everyone, today is the day of life and death. Chu Chan said. The situation is already irreversible. This Qin Guang is here to destroy us. If we still don't join forces, we will suffer a calamity. Activate the grand formation and completely release ourselves. Let the lifeless world, the new world, and the old world unite. That's right, let's go all out. Kill. Activate what we have prepared. Sacrifice. All the lifeless, undying experts activated their strongest mystic arts and released their authority. Today is the best time for me to do so. Among them, only Qin Shi was very happy. Many bubbles appeared above his head, each containing a world. These worlds were extremely illusory, as if they weren't real. However, as Qin Guang activated his power and the new world's will, Gu Xinjian and the old world's will, Gu Taxian, clashed, the residual power was absorbed by these worlds, and they gradually grew into a real world. These bubbles, which were as numerous as the sands of eternity, were all worlds within him. It was unknown how many illusory worlds he had created. These worlds had a great impact on the hearts of countless people. Among them, there were stories of sorrow, joy, separation, and reunion, or impassioned stories, all of which stirred people's hearts. These worlds were illusory worlds, but now that they had obtained the highest level of power, they were all full of life. In this life, Chun Shi had relied on himself to spread his knowledge across the multiverse, finally reaching the lifeless, undying realm, and his power had been steadily increasing. His lifespan had always been in the tens of billions, but he had hidden it very well, so he had always been ranked fourth in the lifeless world. In reality, if he went all out, he might have been able to compete with Chu Qian for the first position. However, he felt that the first position was meaningless, and it was better to stand aloof from the world and continue to develop and create illusory worlds. Because of this, many people thought that he was harmless, and he had the most friends. No one had any ill intentions towards him. Now, he activated illusory worlds to absorb the residual power of the battle. Not only did it enrich his power, but it also helped many people block a lot of damage. But in just a few moments, a lot of the shock waves had been absorbed, and Chun Shi's lifespan was still increasing. Above his head, countless bubbles became corporeal, and many of the people in those worlds became real. Unknowingly, his lifespan had reached 100 billion. Once it reached 100 billion, his strength would be on the same level as Lu Baiwei, Zhou Qin, and the others. Moreover, this was not all. His lifespan had not stopped, and it was as if there were no bottlenecks that could endlessly increase. Chen Qi, as expected of the person I took a fancy to back then. Gu Qinsha was paying close attention to this and continuously nodded. Back then, in the arcane universe, Chen Qi had still been an ordinary person who had become rich by writing novels. Gu Qinsha had taken a fancy to him, and he had many fortuitous encounters. Later, after a series of events, he had become indestructible. However, Chen Qi had never forgotten his original goal, and he continued to construct worlds to gather fate and increase his power. Countless powers started to transform and accumulate. Boom! His lifespan once again broke through, reaching 200 billion years. He could faintly contend against the new world's Gu Xinjian and the old world's will, Gu Taxian. Suppress. Above his head, countless real worlds and countless life forms were completely resurrected. His strength, courage, fate, and wisdom were all gathered on his body. All of Qin Guang's attacks seemed to be unable to harm him. They were all absorbed by his illusory world and instead helped him. Surges of power directly reinforced Qin Guang's body. Qin Guang's power was actually unable to be released, and its power was greatly reduced. Chen Qi was actually able to withstand it, and it seemed like his plan to destroy the three universes was starting to fail. What's going on? Impossible. Qin Guang seemed to not dare to believe his eyes. I've appeared out of nowhere, and I'm already invincible. How can there be such a freak who can actually contend against me? Whoosh! His body moved, bypassing the new world's will, Gu Xinjian, and the old world's will, Gu Taxian, and directly attacked Chen Qi. Chen Qi had no fear at all. He pushed out with both palms, and in an instant, he clashed with Qin Guang dozens of times. Each time, Qin Guang's power surged into his body, wanting to kill him. However, an illusory world appeared above his head, absorbing the power and turning it into a real world. This way, Qin Guang could not do anything to Chen Qi at all. Instead, he was helping Chen Qi cultivate some kind of divine art. Whoosh! At this time, Chen Qi's lifespan increased again, reaching over 300 billion years. His will began to affect the source of the three universes. The source of the three universes, the old world and the longevity world, started to merge. Merge within. At this time, seeing that it was already time, Chen Qi suddenly activated the power in his body, and the countless worlds above his head flew out, merging into the three universes. The three universes trembled violently and completely merged together, forming an unknown universe. This universe had already completely surpassed the limitless, boundless universe. This kind of universe was already unknown as to what to call it. The instant this universe was completely upgraded, everyone received a baptism, and their strength increased greatly. At this time, Chen Qi's strength increased even faster. His lifespan began to skyrocket, from 300 billion to 400 billion, to 500 billion, 600 billion, 700 billion, 800 billion, 900 billion. Only then did it slowly stop. In other words, Chen Qi's strength had completely surpassed Qin Guang's. Qin Guang had gone through so many changes to achieve a lifespan of 4 to 500 billion years. But now, Chen Qi's lifespan was actually twice as long as his. In this transformation, Chen Qi had gained the most. However, when the three universes gathered together, they merged into an inconceivable universe. At the moment this universe was formed, Chen Qi threw many of his worlds into it, allowing him to obtain the greatest power. It was only natural for him to be able to complete it. Chapter 1137. Fleeing in a sorry manner. Who would have thought that this storm and tribulation would actually create someone like Chen Qi? Lu Baiwei had obtained quite a lot of data from her observation. Her cultivation had improved once again, and she had benefited greatly. Unknowingly, they had already become like Gu Qinsha, hiding in the shadows and beginning to collect data and research various changes to increase their own cultivation. They had already become existences that cultivated in silence, not interfering with anything in the multiverse. The changes in the multiverse allowed it to develop naturally. In the process of development, all sorts of unexpected things were recorded, and from there they obtained resources for their own cultivation progress. The information they had obtained this time was simply too much. That Qin-Chi's sudden eruption, advancement, and lifespan had actually reached over 1 trillion years. This simply surpassed everyone in one fell swoop. Even that insufferably arrogant Qin Guang was far from being a match for him. And there was no need to even mention the new world's Gu Xinjian and the old world's Gu Taxian. These two existences originally stood at the peak of the world, and almost no one could rival them. However, as the multiverse developed, they actually gradually began to fall behind. First, Zhou Qin and the other 5 had appeared. Then there was Qin Guang, and now there was Qin-Chi. All of them far surpassed them. Just like that, they all felt as if the new waves of the river were surpassing the old ones. Kill. Between the heavens and the earth, endless changes were occurring. The sun and moon were trembling, and the heavens and the earth were trembling nonstop. This inconceivable world had actually begun to cater to Qin-Chi's performance. Qin Guang, I have to thank you. If not for your invasion, I would not have been able to evolve the countless worlds I said I would have created into a true world. These worlds have all been integrated into the inconceivable universe. Qin-Chi said, however, a person like you is actually an extremely dangerous existence to the universe. I have to suppress you, or else who knows how many universes will be harmed by you in the future. As he spoke, a palm appeared from Qin-Chi. His palm covered the sky and was immeasurably large, as if it could cover the entire void, an existence that was tangible and intangible. With a single strike, the light that Qin Guang was emitting was extinguished. Wow! Qin Guang coughed up a mouthful of blood, which fell into the inconceivable world and transformed into a gigantic sea of blood. Within the depths of the sea of blood, countless demons appeared. The birth of these demons became the depths of hell, and boundless powerful existences were born, adding some variables to the inconceivable world. With his cultivation base, he could create a universe with a single breath. Now that he spat out a mouthful of blood, he could create hell, which could give birth to countless Heaven-Dao-level monsters and even Deathless-level experts. Qin-Chi, just you wait. I won't let you have it easy. At this moment, Qin Guang, although he didn't dare to believe that he had been defeated just like that, he was an invincible existence, the only great existence that could only be born after God knows how many epochs. How could he be defeated by a nobody like that? That small fry had even obtained power that far surpassed his. This was something that Qin Guang absolutely did not want to accept. But that was the reality. At this moment, he had a taste of what Lin Yixuan and the others had felt. Just like him, they had thought that they could control the universe, but they had been defeated by a nobody who had suddenly appeared. However, at this moment, Qin Guang was extremely cunning. After he spat out his blood, his body rapidly shrunk, turning into an unknown and he began to flee, escaping from this place. Where do you think you're going? Give it to me. Qin-Chi grabbed. Instantly, a blade appeared on his body. This blade light was like a tidal wave, slashing down in the air. Wow! Qin Guang was actually slashed in half. More than half of his body fell directly into the inconceivable world, causing earth-shattering changes in this world. Originally, Qin Guang had a lifespan of 4 to 500 billion years, which was tyrannical to the extreme. However, after being killed by Qin-Chi, he actually lost most of his lifespan. Now, he was only left with a little more than 100 billion years. Most of his body fell into the inconceivable world, causing the deepest level of changes in this universe, forcing Qin-Chi to start suppressing it. That was because in this inconceivable universe, there were many spaces and continents that were transformed from Qin-Chi's world. If they were allowed to develop, these worlds would also be destroyed, so Qin had to protect them. This gave Qin Guang a chance of survival. Ha ha ha! Qin Guang laughed maliciously as he fled without a trace. As he fled, he said, Qin, you'll only be able to roam freely for a while. I believe that an even more powerful existence will kill you sooner or later. Furthermore, you have fetters. If you want to protect the people and the world around you, you'll definitely be dragged to death by them in the end. I will make it so that you won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. This person has already completely lost his destiny. Qin didn't care. His body emitted light, slowly suppressing it. He suppressed the majority of Qin Guang's body in the deepest part of the inconceivable universe, making it impossible for him to cause any mischief. Then, he allowed this body to become the universe's nutrients. In the future, there might be many fortuitous encounters and many powerful existences would be born. I didn't expect you to become the strongest in one go. Now, with your cultivation, you might be able to challenge Gu Qinsha. At this time, Chu Chun and the others surrounded him, including the will of the New World, Gu Xinjian, and the will of the Old World, Gu Taxian. These two existences looked at Qi with complicated expressions. Although they had obtained many benefits this time, compared to Qi, it was insignificant. Qi's strength far surpassed theirs. Qi, we will now serve you as our master. Chu Chun and the others were very astute and immediately expressed their stance. This was because they knew that there was no other way. This newly born, inconceivable universe was in fact completely under Qi's control. There's no need to serve me as the master. We will establish a joint council and set rules so that this world can develop better. There's no need to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. Qi waved his hand. The first president of this council will be me. In the future, everyone will take turns to govern. Also, I have suppressed most of Qin Guang's body. Don't refine it. Let the body be absorbed by the origin of the world. Only then will you reap the benefits. Otherwise, if you refine and absorb it rashly, he might take advantage of it and meet with misfortune. This person can be said to be a centipede that won't fall even after being killed. Be careful of him causing mischief again. I have to stabilize my cultivation first before completely suppressing this person. This person is a scourge of the heavens. Qin wasn't that kind of person. On the contrary, he was a righteous person who enjoyed helping others. He hoped that the world and the multiverse would become better. He waved his hand, and instantly, many words and runes formed a contract. Everyone, let us sign this contract. This will give this world more opportunities to develop. We cannot suppress anyone's progress. Do you know how to destroy a world that isn't old or new? It was because Lin Yixuan eliminated the dissidents and suppressed all those who had ascended to the undying realm. This caused a backlash and caused the world to end up in such a miserable state. We must not fall into such a state. Qin, we also have to be on guard against some things. First is the will of this world. The will of the New World, Gu Xinjian said. The New World had now completely disappeared, fusing into this inconceivable universe. The vastness of this universe was not something that anyone could hope to match up to. Because of this, once this universe gave birth to its own will, it would be invincible. It was probably even more terrifying than Qin. They had to be on guard against this. The will of this world will be born sooner or later. Qin waved his hand. Don't play any tricks, or you'll be in big trouble. I think we can still live for eternity as long as we don't seek death. You all signed the contract to protect this inconceivable universe together. I'll go talk to Gu Qinsha. You can talk to Gu Qinsha. Everyone was shocked. Chu Qin asked, Qin, have you already broken the control of this virtual panel and obtained an endless lifespan? Are you no longer restricted by Gu Qinsha? Not yet. I can't break the virtual panel. My lifespan is currently over 900 billion years, and I haven't broken through the 1 trillion mark. Once I do, things will be different. Perhaps there will be some new changes. Qin said, That's why I'm going to talk to Gu Chensha, hoping to obtain some sort of opportunity. Will you be in danger? Gu Xinjian frowned. It's hard to say, Chen Qi said. But at my level, it's hard to go any further. I can only try my luck. Hurry up and sign the contract. I don't want you all to fight each other after I leave, and this world will be in turmoil again. Seeing Chen Qi like this, the others didn't dare to be negligent. They all signed a contract and left their sole imprints on it. Fortunately, the contract was fair and just, and it was beneficial to everyone. Therefore, none of the people present had any objections. Seeing that everyone had signed the contract, Chen Qi waved his hand. The contract floated in the air and turned into a hall. This hall was the highest hall, and it was responsible for managing the inconceivable universe. Then, Chen Qi's body moved slightly, and he left this place. He was no longer in the multiverse, and he seemed to have arrived at the deepest part of a mysterious space. In this space, there was no fate, no time, no space, no light, no darkness, no chaos, and no fate. After he arrived here, it was as if he didn't exist anymore. This is where Gu Chensha lives? Without reaching my current level of cultivation, it's impossible to find this place, Chen Qi said. Chapter 1138. Dialogue. There seemed to be no one in the depths of this strange space. Chen Qi originally came here to look for Gu Chensha, but he didn't see any trace of Gu Chensha. There was nothing here. No living beings, no air, no energy, not even anything that existed or didn't exist. Where's Gu Chensha? I feel like he's here, but I can't see him. Could it be that I haven't reached that level yet? Chen Qi was very confused. He searched for a while, but couldn't find it. So he stopped and sat cross-legged, as if he was comprehending something. Gradually, a great enlightenment appeared in his body. This enlightenment caused his strength to completely stabilize. Although he didn't make any progress, his cultivation base had completely stabilized. It was even more perfect, and there were no flaws in his cultivation base. With one last roar, a person appeared in front of him. This person looked at him with a smile. It was Gu Chensha. Congratulations, Chen Qi. You've reached such a level of enlightenment that you can see me for the first time. You're probably the strongest person in the multiverse other than me. I didn't expect you to be able to do this. Even I didn't expect it. But it's precisely because of these unexpected things that I always have a lot of fresh things. Gu Chensha looked at Chen Qi. You? Seeing Gu Chensha, Chen Qi suddenly stuttered. He was now a giant among giants, an invincible figure, but he could not sense what realm Gu Chensha was in. He felt that no matter how powerful he was, he would be easily killed and suppressed by Gu Chensha. Just what level are you at right now? Why is it that even after reaching this level, I still can't see through it? Chen Qi asked. You will need to comprehend this yourself. In fact, with your current cultivation level, no one else can guide you. You have to comprehend everything on your own. Gu Chensha waved his hand. Gu Chensha, what are you trying to do? At this time, Chen Qi finally remembered the purpose of his words. Can you open up this virtual interface so that everyone has the hope of attaining eternity? Limiting the lifespan of others doesn't seem to be your goal. I remember that you were the first to create the Dragonless Heart Sutra. It was to allow all living beings in the world to no longer be restricted by the conservation of energy. They could develop their own spiritual energy and obtain limitless power. That was your original intention. But what you're doing now is completely different from what you should be doing. I know you want to stimulate everyone's potential, but everyone has their own choice. Some people don't want to cultivate, but they can also obtain eternal life. I use this virtual interface to allow everyone to communicate spiritually. Everyone can use this virtual interface to conduct transactions and communicate. This is a network that allows all living beings to share a common heart. Why is there a lifespan limit? In truth, this is a threshold for cultivation. If someone can break through this threshold, they will obtain eternal life. In fact, the limitless lifespan you think is fake. Heaven and earth are changing all the time. The immortality you've obtained is fake. When heaven and earth change, it won't be eternal anymore. You will die for real. The reason why I limit lifespan is to protect all living beings in this world. If you don't understand what immortality is, there's no other way. Guchen Sha said, because you don't understand the nature of the world. The entire world is with the world. Living in reality isn't eternal. Guchen Sha, actually, you want to train an existence that isn't different from you. Then, you can fight with him to comprehend the strongest realm. The 10 levels of immortal isn't the immortal realm. Now that I'm out, what do you want? Do you want to suppress me or kill me? Chen Qi asked. You're not my match yet, and you're not an existence that I want to nurture. You're still lacking a little. If you can break free from your obsession with longevity one day and break free from the restraints of my virtual interface, you'll have a chance to fight with me. You haven't reached that realm yet, but as the universe progresses, there might be existences that are stronger than you. Therefore, young man, you have to work harder and not slack off. Many people think that they've occupied a great destiny and were the top of the world for a period of time. For example, F.A. Wuxian, Zhao, Jiangshan, Qin Guang, Yu, and even people like Lin Yixuan have all fallen. I know that it is very likely that I will be surpassed by others. In the future, there will be many people who will become stronger and stronger. I don't know who will kill me, but I know that these people have never been the main characters of this era. There's only one main character in this era, and that is you. Chen Qi said, the reason I came here today is to ask you a question. I want to see what kind of temperament you have that allows you to stand tall in the world without collapsing. No one can challenge your position. No matter how strong you are, no one can threaten you. In fact, you have everything in your hands. Chen Qi understood this much better than Qin Guang. After Qin Guang was born, he thought that he could compete with Gu Chensha and even kill Gu Chensha. Chen Qi knew the difference between him and Gu Chensha. He wasn't as arrogant as Qin Guang, which was his strength. In fact, if Gu Chensha hadn't shown him, he wouldn't have been able to find Gu Chensha's existence. Even if Gu Chensha was right in front of him, he wouldn't have been able to find Gu Chensha's dimension. Gu Chensha's realm was far beyond his understanding. Even though he was about to break through 1 trillion years of lifespan, it was useless. He couldn't find Gu Chensha's weakness, nor could he find the flaw in the virtual interface. I'm not as powerful as he said. I'm just good at learning and can integrate everything into my own knowledge. My advice to you is to study everything that can be studied, break through all superficial substances and phenomena, and finally find the highest value in the true nature of things, Gu Chensha said. I long for myself to be replaced and defeated by others. Gu Chensha, if Zhou Qin and the other 5 combine and become one, will they be stronger than me? At this time, Chen Qi seized the time and asked his question. That's right. Currently, if Zhou Qin, Hong Yi, Wang Chao, Feng Han, Yang Qi, and Jiangli devour each other and transform, they can pose a threat to me. However, it's also very difficult for them to devour each other, causing me to be unable to achieve what I want. However, I don't want to interfere and let nature take its course. Gu Chensha waved his hand. All right, time will prove everything. You've already created an unbelievable universe. This universe's level is very high, and it can nurture countless experts. You can comprehend more things from it. As he spoke, Gu Chensha disappeared. This strange space also completely disappeared. Chen Qi was left in the void at a loss. Even though he had reached such a level, he was as weak as a newborn baby in front of Gu Chensha. After so long, I still haven't found a single flaw in Gu Chensha. Is he invincible, or am I just too weak? Just how strong is he? Chen Qi thought for a long time. He repeatedly analyzed the scene of his meeting with Gu Chensha, as well as his space. However, Gu Chensha was an eternal mystery in front of him. There was no possibility of him peeking at it. In other words, Chen Qi didn't even know what kind of existence Gu Chensha was. Was he a human or not? Or was he a mass of vital energy? A mass of energy? A mass of matter? He didn't understand. That was extremely terrifying. He almost didn't have the courage to make a move. In other words, if Gu Chensha wanted to deal with him, He wouldn't even want to fight back. That was because fighting back would be meaningless. Looks like I still have to keep improving. Otherwise, falling to the level of Qin Guang is too terrifying. I don't believe that I'll also stand at the peak. Chun Chi's body flickered, and he vanished. However, I seem to have obtained some information from Gu Qinsha. He said that if Zhou Qin and the others work together, they'll be a threat to him. What he means is that if I can learn the secret of the 6 of them working together, I'll be invincible. I don't want to devour them. I just want to unravel the secret and replicate it. That should be where Gu Qinsha's secret lies. I couldn't find any room for improvement, but now I've found it. Qin Shi began his plan. He locked on his Zhou Qin and the others, as they were the most important opportunities for him to improve. Actually, after reaching the undying level, all paths ahead of him would be severed. Without the experience of others to learn from, he would have to forge his own path. Therefore, every opportunity was extremely important, especially for someone like Qin Shi. If he wanted to improve and break through 1,000,000,000 years of lifespan, it would be extremely difficult. He wouldn't be able to find any direction. Right now, our opportunity to improve is actually because of the 6 of them working together. Everyone, how's your research on Qin Shi going? In mysterious space, Lu Baiwei, Wen Hong, and the others were still researching. This is our chance. We just need to let Qin Shi do his research, and we'll get results. Wen Hong said, however, the changes to the myriad realms are still unclear. I have a feeling that in less than 10,000 years, another existence that can stand shoulder to shoulder with Qin Shi will be born. I just don't know who that person will be. We haven't figured out the pattern yet. In fact, if Qinsha doesn't show up, someone like Qin Shi will be the first. Zhuge Yi said, if we can figure out the pattern, we'll have grasped a supreme realm. Chapter 1139. 1,000,000 years ever since Qin Guang was defeated by Qin Shi, the inconceivable universe that Qin Shi presided over began to flourish. The various rules and regulations were very good, and many powerful figures, heroes, and ambitious people began to emerge. For a time, people of the heavenly Tao realm and even the undying realm sprouted like bamboo shoots after the rain. However, among these people, none of them could threaten Qin Shi's position. As for the suppressed Qin Guang, most of his body seemed to have melted into the inconceivable universe, allowing many people to obtain fortuitous encounters. However, Qin Shi did not interfere. He continued to observe silently. While learning from Gu Qinsha, he was also looking for traces of Zhou Qin and the other 5. Ever since Zhou Qin's cultivation was stripped by Qin Guang and he was reincarnated, he disappeared from the myriad worlds without a trace. As for the other 6, Hong Yi, Feng Han, and the others, they also disappeared without a trace. Gradually, they became ancient legends, disappearing from the memories of the new generation. Only a few people knew of these things. Year after year passed. As time passed, countless new stories were born in the multivariate universe every day. These stories were filled with sorrow and joy, joy and sorrow, as well as slaughter, violence, passion, revenge, and love and hate. Evil and justice, opposing each other. Time could smooth out many things. 100,000 years passed. The multivariate universe became even larger, and some giant universes were born. Following that, another 100,000 years passed, and even more giant universes merged to form an endless, boundless universe. However, there was still only one inconceivable universe, which was the one that Qin Shi controlled and presided over. Within it, there was also the support of the new world's Gu Xinjian and the old world's Gu Taxian. Within the multivariate universe, more and more universes appeared. Countless living beings began to awaken their own spirit power and began to continuously output and create. Some people awakened their spirit power and devoured the power of others, developing many divine arts. All kinds of cultivation techniques emerged, and all kinds of wills intertwined. It was unknown how many heroes appeared, and how many fortuitous encounters were born and destroyed. Time continued to pass quickly. 300,000 years passed. 400,000 years passed. 1,000,000 years passed. Finally, the universe underwent a huge change. Within the multivariate universe, countless experts had fallen and countless experts had grown. Another inconceivable universe was born. This was a universe that had suddenly been born. It was about the same size and power as the universe Chun-Chi was in charge of. This meant that someone's power was about the same as Chun-Chi's, or even surpassed it. However, this inconceivable universe was extremely mysterious. After it was born, its master didn't appear at all, as if this universe didn't have any master. However, some of the most powerful experts knew that there was a mysterious supreme being in charge of everything. 1,000,000 years had caused countless people to forget about Gu Qinsha, Liu Baiwe, Wenhong, Zhuge Ye, and even Zhou Qin and the other five. Even Qin Guang, who had caused so much destruction back then, was forgotten by the new generation. However, the virtual interface in everyone's heart still existed, constantly showing their lifespan and encouraging them to improve. Apart from that, the virtual interface had more and more functions, forming a huge virtual network. Everyone could communicate and trade with each other in this network. This virtual network could transcend the limits of countless universes and communicate with every living being. However, in the hearts of countless living beings, they did not know where this virtual interface came from. They all thought that it was innate. They no longer knew that it was created by Gu Qinsha. Gu Qinsha's power and traces disappeared from the hearts of all living beings. In the inconceivable universe that Chun-Chi was in charge of, two people were having a conversation. They were the new world's will, Gu Xinjian, and the old world's will, Gu Taxian. Gu Xinjian, have you felt Gu Qinsha's will all these years? I have a feeling that he has fallen and completely disappeared, but in fact, the existence of this virtual interface already proves that not only is he still alive, but his realm is also getting higher. In the past 1,000,000 years, our strength has also increased by a lot, but we feel that we are getting further and further away from his realm. If this continues, what should we do? The old world's will, Gu Taxian, said. This matter is not urgent. I feel that the real big change is not too far away. Gu Xinjian said, Chun-Chi has been in seclusion recently, and it seems that he is going to break through the realm of 1,000,000,000 years. Although 1,000,000 years have passed, and many people have died of old age, Chun-Chi's lifespan is more than 900 billion years. 1,000,000 years is nothing to him. If he can break through to 1,000,000,000 years, I'm afraid it will be a new change that will affect the overall structure of the entire universe. In that case, this is our chance. Breaking through to 1,000,000,000 years is definitely not a simple matter. When breaking through, I'm afraid there will be many tribulations. 1,000,000,000 years is 1,000,000,000,000 years, and when one's lifespan reaches 1,000,000,000 years, I think it is very likely that this is our chance. Gu Taxian repeatedly emphasized, I also have the same feeling. Gu Xinjian nodded. In short, our universe will usher in a change. I feel that this time, Chun-Chi might fall. If he doesn't fall, then he can pose a threat to Gu Qinsha. Once he falls, we might be able to seize the opportunity and become stronger than him. In that case, the two of us should not be enemies anymore. Let's wait and see. When the time comes, we will deal with the next situation together. Gu Taxian said to Gu Xinjian in a kind voice. Okay, right now, we can only have a chance if we join forces. The two of them finally joined forces. At this moment, in this incredible universe, bursts of light suddenly flashed. Under this light, almost all living beings felt that their intelligence had increased greatly. Chun-Chi is going to break through. Chu Chan said, this time, I can use this opportunity to break through again. Chun-Chi is really powerful. In the past 1,000,000 years, my improvement has been very slow, but he is actually going to break through to the most crucial level. Recently, another unimaginable universe has been fighting with our universe. There are many experts in that universe, and there's also a mysterious sovereign. It seems that they want to steal our universe's origin. Wang Dong said, if Qin succeeds this time, then we can completely defeat that universe. In the end, who is that mysterious supreme being? It said that he fought with Qi a few times, but he never revealed his true appearance. Could it be a combination of Zhou Qin and the other five? A supreme expert asked. Probably not. Legend has it that if Zhou Qin and the other five fused, their cultivation would definitely surpass the trillion lifespan. The ancient theurgy shook its head. In the past 1,000,000 years, many heroes have appeared. Even I almost fell. Wang Dong said, the last time I went to battle, I met a mysterious immortal expert. He almost killed me. If not for Qin, I'm afraid I would not have returned. That mysterious immortal expert seems to be a newcomer. I don't know how he grew. Is it true that the new generation surpasses the old? Have we already fallen behind? We definitely won't fall behind. If Qin succeeds this time, our strength will also rise. The ancient theurgy said. However, where are Gu Xinjian and Gu Taxian? These two have been very strange in the past 1,000,000 years. Who knows what they are planning? I feel that we should be careful of these two. I'm afraid that they will destroy the stability of our universe. That can't be, the other immortal expert said. Our universe is also a part of these two. Would they destroy their own universe? It's hard to say. These two are actually not humans. They are just the universe's will. Wang Dong said, Su Wenwu, you are a newcomer who has recently matured. 100,000 years ago, you actually obtained a rune from Qin Guang's body and became an immortal expert. Now, your strength is no less than ours. You are even one of the people who are favored by the universe's will. Tell me, logically speaking, after 1,000,000 years, the universes should have formed a body. Why hasn't it completely formed yet? The person he was asking about was called Su Wenwu. He was a newcomer who had suddenly matured in the past 100,000 years. He was very mysterious. However, the Supreme Council did not suppress him. Instead, they took him in and made him a member of the upper echelons. This increased the fate of the entire council. Su Wenwu said, unbelievable. The universe is too big, and it is very difficult for the will of the universe to completely condense into a humanoid form. In addition, there are some special wishes, so it is normal that it cannot be born. But in reality, if my guess is correct, I am afraid it has something to do with Gu Xinjian and Gu Tianxian. Over the past 1,000,000 years, these two people have been sneaking around. I am someone who is favored by the universe, and in a message that the will of the universe passed to me, I have discovered something. What discovery? At this moment, all the members of the Supreme Council had their eyes on him. At this moment, there were thousands of people in the Supreme Council. They were all immortal experts. This was the trump card that the entire unbelievable universe had accumulated over the past 1,000,000 years. Members of the Supreme Council had to be immortal experts. This was the rule that Qin had set. This rule had always been well followed. I discovered that these two people have been eroding the universe's will. This is also the reason why the universe's will has been developing so slowly. When we were fighting against the other unbelievable universe, we were often at a disadvantage. In fact, these two people were holding us back, Su Wenwu said. Chapter 1140. Chapter 1135. Attack the Trillion. I've long seen that these two beasts have ill intentions. They have never wanted to properly develop our universe, but instead, they have betrayed us and undermined us in all kinds of ways. Why don't we take the initiative to suppress these two beasts and completely refine them? Because they have already threatened our safety according to the contract we signed. If everyone agrees, we have the right to completely obliterate these two people. Wang Dong's teeth itched with hatred when he heard Su Wenwu's words. No one liked Gu Xinjian and Gu Taxian. These two had been sneaky and unsociable for the past 1,000,000 years. No one knew what they were doing in the dark, and they didn't contribute much to the universe. These two weren't humans. One was the will of the new world, and the other was the will of the old world. Although the two of them had become humans, their thinking and nature were different from those who were born and raised in this world. This unimaginable universe was everyone's common property. Under the protection of this universe, there were no disasters, and everyone could live in peace. Now that these two wanted to break this protection, no one wanted to. In this world, these two people have already started absorbing the inconceivable will of our universe. In fact, they want our universe to collapse. The moment it collapses, they'll be able to absorb even more power. If our universe doesn't collapse, then they can only slowly absorb it. The efficiency is very slow, and they're also thinking of dealing with Qin-Shi, Su Wenwu said. Qin-Shi is a good boss. He's protected us many times. Even though we're peerless experts, we're still in great danger. Look at how many peerless experts have died in the past 1,000,000 years. We're all getting stronger and stronger under Qin-Shi's protection. The ancient god said, even Gu Xinjian and Gu Taxian are under Qin-Shi's protection. Otherwise, that mysterious expert would have killed them a long time ago. Currently, in the entire universe, there were two unbelievable level universes. Another inconceivable universe had been born in the past 1,000,000 years, and its supreme being was a mysterious expert who was extremely powerful. He was also an expert with a lifespan of 900 billion years. However, Qin-Shi was currently in the process of breaking through to the trillion lifespan. If he broke through, he would once again stand at the peak of the multiverse. Millions of years ago, in the multiverse, the four infinite, boundless universes had gathered together and formed an unimaginable universe. At that time, this cosmos was the supreme ruler of the heavens, and in the span of 1,000,000 years, many endless cosmos were born. After that, it even gave birth to that inconceivable level universe. Two inconceivable universes were fighting against each other, just like the old and new worlds back then. At this moment, in the unbelievable universe that Qin-Shi was in, many strange phenomena appeared. Many experts knew that these were signs that Qin-Shi was about to ascend. Qin-Shi's cultivation had already reached the highest level. Once he broke through, he would once again become the absolute number one. However, it wasn't that easy to break through. In another unimaginable level universe, in the depths of the core, a masked man stood there, looking off into the unknown. Qin-Shi, he said in a sinister voice, I can't believe you're trying to break through to a trillion lifespan. Unfortunately, it won't be easy to break through to that level. Let's see what you're capable of. I'll kill you at the most critical moment, and then I'll be the one to break through. Master, how are we going to deal with Qin-Shi this time? A young man appeared beside the masked man. This young man was Qin Guang. Qin Guang's current lifespan was still over 100 billion years. Not only had he not improved, but he had also regressed quite a bit. In the past 1,000,000 years, he hadn't had any fortuitous encounters and had suffered quite a bit. He was almost refined by others, surrounded by experts, and had even become the slave of this mysterious paragon, the masked man. He felt very sullen, but there was nothing he could do. Who was this mysterious paragon masked man? Qin Guang also had doubts. When he had first encountered this mysterious masked man, he had been easily suppressed by him with a single move and had almost died. In the end, he had no choice but to submit to this person and become his slave. However, he still had no idea what this person's true identity was. Over the years, he had been observing in secret, but he hadn't found any clues or background of this mysterious masked supreme being. However, he could say with certainty that this person wasn't a combination of Zhou Qin and the other five. That was because Zhou Qin and the other five combined would definitely surpass Qin-Shi's strength. And now, this person's strength was still around 900 billion years. In reality, his cultivation wasn't as strong as Qin-Shi's, and he couldn't pose any threat to Gu Qinsha. All these years, Gu Qinsha has disappeared. No experts have been able to find him. Other than that, there's also no trace of Liu Baiyue and the others. Also, Zhou Qin, Hong Yi, and the others are nowhere to be found. In the heavens, many powerful beings don't even have the memories of these people. Logically, 1,000,000 years should be enough for Zhou Qin to successfully reincarnate. However, I still haven't found any traces of this person. As long as this person doesn't die, I don't devour him, I won't be able to rest easy. Actually, Qin Guang had a mental illness deep in his heart. It was this Zhou Qin. Back then, he had severely offended Zhou Qin. This was an irreconcilable enemy. If Zhou Qin had been reborn, he would definitely have killed him immediately. He definitely wouldn't have given him any chance. What he wanted to do the most now was to find Zhou Qin's reincarnated body and devour this person. Unfortunately, he hadn't found any traces of Zhou Qin in the past 1,000,000 years. Now, Zhou Qin must have successfully reincarnated. Qin Guang, do you know why I want you to be my slave? At that moment, the mysterious paragon, masked man, spoke. Master's magic power is boundless. It's my honor to follow Master, Qin Guang hurriedly said. Qin Guang hurriedly said. He knew that this mysterious masked supreme being was not a kind-hearted character. He was sinister and ruthless, committing all sorts of crimes. There was no limit to his viciousness. He could do anything. He was the polar opposite of Chen Qi. Chen Qi was an absolutely righteous person. He did things fairly. Gradually, many imperishable realm experts were convinced by him. They felt that he had the demeanor of a king. I'm using you as bait. A single sentence from the mysterious paragon masked man caused Qin Guang to feel extremely terrified. Qin Guang, your tribulation is coming. Back then, you caused Zhou Qin to reincarnate. Now, this person has completely reincarnated and is about to come out. Moreover, his cultivation is extremely profound. It's almost the same as mine. It's just that he hasn't displayed it yet. The mysterious paragon masked man said, in the multiverse, the ones with the most potential are still those 6. Zhou Qin, Wang Chao, Hong Yi, Fang Han, Yang Qi, and Jiang Li. If these 6 people work together, they can pose a threat to Gu Qinsha. They might even become Gu Qinsha's greatest enemies. However, if I devour Zhou Qin, I can completely plunder his fate. From there, I can devour those 6 people. In that case, I'll become a truly tyrannical person. However, it's also very difficult for me to find traces of Zhou Qin. But if I capture you, I won't have to worry about Zhou Qin not coming, because you were the one who caused him to reincarnate. He has to remove this brand before he can truly advance into that invincible realm. Otherwise, he'll be bound. Master this. Qin Guang panicked. I don't want to die yet. Master, spare me. 1,000,000 years ago, he had appeared out of nowhere and was invincible. However, ever since he was defeated by Chen Qi, his willpower had worn down and he had become very ordinary. He thought about his peak. He hadn't been arrogant for long. He was very unwilling. But now, his life seemed to be more important. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Even if Zhou Qin wants to kill you, I won't agree. If he kills you, his strength will increase by a lot. At that time, I'm afraid I won't be a match for him. If he doesn't kill you, he won't be able to sever the karma, and his strength won't increase. At that time, I'll be able to suppress him. This time, Chen Qi's tribulation will be very great. Many experts will try to kill him, and some mysterious forces of heaven and earth will attack him. The will of the multiverse will also disturb his mind, and there will even be countless systems that want to possess him. In the world, the wills of countless living beings would fuse together to form some powerful systems. These systems had invincible power, but they weren't humans. They couldn't have unlimited souls. They wanted to become humans, but they didn't want to have some trash as their host. And right now, Chen Qi was the best host in body. Many thanks, Master, Qin Guang said hurriedly. But in his heart, he knew that this mysterious paragon wasn't very reliable. What do I have to do to break through this tribulation? Qin Guang was very anxious, but his strength wasn't enough. Actually, according to logic, his strength was also 100 billion lifespan. In the multiverse, he was a true giant. But facing the mysterious Paragon's methods, he was like a child. It's starting. At this time, the mysterious Paragon grabbed Qin Guang and arrived in the inconceivable universe where Chun-Chi was. Then he saw a ball of light. Within this ball of light, Chun-Chi was spinning nonstop, and as he spun, countless forces were undergoing a transformation. Miraculous, miraculous. The mysterious Paragon sighed in admiration. Is this what it means to break through a trillion lifespan? This is indeed a huge tribulation. Will you be able to break through today? Rumble. A huge beam of light appeared. Within this light, Chun-Chi's body suddenly trembled, and shocking cracks appeared on it. Chapter 1141. King versus King. The tribulation has come. This is Chun-Chi's tribulation. The mysterious supreme masked man said. He didn't act immediately. Instead, he observed carefully. This was a huge breakthrough that could give him a lot of experience. His cultivation level was the same as Chun-Chi's, but he didn't dare to advance to a trillion lifespan. That was because he knew that a trillion lifespan was a huge tribulation. If he succeeded, he would gain a lot of benefits. But if he failed, he would really die without a burial, with no chance of resurrection. Therefore, he didn't dare. But Chun-Chi did. This Chun-Chi is actually braver than I am. The mysterious supreme masked man said, but he's too eager for success, so he's only going to benefit me. I'll kill him at the most crucial moment, then devour his unimaginable universe. Not only will my strength surpass a trillion lifespan, but I'll also be invincible. More importantly, Zhou Qin will also appear. After this person appears, I will find an opportunity to suppress and kill him, obtain his fate and luck, and break some sort of balance. Then, I will be able to deal with Hong, Yi, and the others. As long as I completely devour those 6 people and obtain all of their abilities, those 6 people will basically become my resources. All of a sudden, he discovered that there were many powerful existences spying on him from various places. Zhou Qin and the others have similar cultivation bases as me. They're all hiding in some very secret places. But as long as I capture Qin Guang, I'll be able to obtain Zhou Qin's position through his karma. And Zhou Qin won't be able to discover me. That's my advantage. It's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against a stab in the dark. The mysterious supreme masked man emitted a sinister aura. Rumble. Countless powers exploded between heaven and earth. Thunder and lightning gathered on Chun-Chi's body. Chun-Chi looked like he was in pain. This was because he was suffering unbearable pain. The change to a trillion lifespan was a huge metamorphosis. It was like a sage becoming a heavenly lord, which was not tolerated by heaven and earth. Indeed, although the realm of a trillion lifespan was still at the level of the supreme immortal, it had actually evolved into another form of life. In terms of power, this form of life could kill and plunder the lives of the countless living beings in the universe. Although Chun-Chi wasn't that kind of person, his power was enough to pose a threat to countless lives. In the unseen world, countless universes, countless living beings, and countless unknown existences would more or less resist Chun-Chi. This was especially true for some of the powerful existences wandering in the depths of the void. It had been many years since the development of the multiverse. As the saying goes, when the forest is big, there are all kinds of birds. In the depths of the endless void, some unknown powerful beings gradually formed. For example, some systems. This system is so powerful. The masked Paragon watched as, amidst the boundless tribulations, numerous systems appeared. They were made up of data, and they radiated boundless godly might as they attacked Chun-Chi. One of the systems was filled with a purple stream of data. Although it was not as powerful as Chun-Chi's, it still had a lifespan of 800 billion. There was actually such a powerful system in the world, and it seemed like it was trying to take over Chun-Chi's body and turn into a human. The masked paragon clicked his tongue in admiration. I don't know how many fortuitous encounters I've had, how many plots and schemes I've carried out to finally reach this point, standing at the peak of all living beings in the universe. But the multiverse is indeed filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There are actually so many powerful systems hidden in the depths of the void. The masked paragon was still observing. Other than the purple data stream system, there are also a few systems that were extremely powerful. For example, there was a golden data stream system and a black data stream system. Their strength was equivalent to a peerless, undying being with a lifespan of 500 to 600 billion. It was unknown just how many hosts these systems had devoured to reach such a level. The system would search for the host and then devour the host. This was one of the basic rules of the world. Many people with great destiny, when they first obtained the system, they thought it was a fortuitous encounter. Indeed, after obtaining the system, they killed gods and slayed immortals, becoming invincible, and walked towards the peak of life. But during this process, the system was actually taking away their destiny, absorbing the essence of their destiny. Once the destiny was completely absorbed, the system would leave the host. In the end, the host would completely collapse and die. Of course, there are also cases where the host rebelled against the system. For example, Wang Dong devoured the system and became himself. And the ancient mystique was when the system devoured the host and turned into a human. Such a situation was happening every day in the multiverse of the multiverse. Systems were existences that inherited destiny and the birth of souls. For example, if a universe obtained many universes, all living beings would have resentment, and their souls would be filled with rage. Their soul power would spread out, and over time, they would create the system. Now, these powerful systems were like space bandits and interstellar pirates, beginning to plunder Chun-Chi. Seal. Although Chun-Chi had encountered many tribulations and was in great pain, he still had extremely powerful combat strength. Just as the systems were about to enter his body and take over his body, he roared and suddenly wrote the word seal in the air with his finger. That seal character was incredibly sturdy, and as soon as it appeared, it unleashed an unimaginable power that sealed all of the systems. From a bird's eye view, it looked like a huge net, within which all of the systems transformed into primordial dragons that tried to flee, but were unable to escape. Amazing! The mysterious masked paragon sighed in admiration. This Chun-Chi's power is actually above mine. Even in this situation, he can seal so many systems. Even at my peak, I probably wouldn't be able to seal them all at once. This shows that Chun-Chi has other tricks up his sleeves. He's a creator, and who knows how many worlds he's created. Those worlds have all become real, and they've given him immense power. I can sense that group of people, including Lu Baiwei, Wenhong, and Zhuge, are all paying attention to this place. This was a huge change in the world. It was also a huge experiment. So many people wanted to use this opportunity to gain experience. How delicious! The mysterious masked paragon licked his lips as if he were looking at some sort of delicacy. Lu Baiwei and the others are the best delicacies. They've obtained the best experience from Gu Qinsha. If I could devour them, that experience would definitely be wonderful. Most importantly, these people aren't very strong. Right now, Lu Baiwei's power is only half of mine. However, they also have many trump cards, and they won't be easy to deal with. Furthermore, it's still unknown whether or not Gu Qinsha will come out. Lu Baiwei's cultivation base had always been at the peak, but she wasn't the #1 person in Gu Qinsha's team. Lu Baiwei's cultivation base was very high, but compared to the true darlings of the era, she still couldn't compare. In this era, the true darlings were Chun-Chi and the mysterious masked paragon. However, even the most powerful darlings would have a day when their curtain would fall. As for Lu Baiwei's team, their curtain never fell. As the era progressed, they would forever be at the peak. In this era, those with a lifespan of over 100 billion could be considered the top. The mysterious masked paragon really wanted to devour this team, but he was wary of Gu Qinsha. In fact, In the multiverse, there were many people who had the same thoughts as him. Even Qin Guang had the same thoughts. However, the current Qin Guang was far from his original strength. If I could start all over again, I definitely wouldn't have made this choice. I would have truly stood at the peak. Qin Guang was filled with regret, but there was nothing he could do. He could only pray for the opportunity to come to his side again. Crackle. Suddenly, the entire world changed color, turning fiery red. Then, a huge scarlet hand appeared and slapped towards Qin. The power of this huge hand was enough to tear an endless universe apart. It's Hong. Qin Guang's heart trembled. Hong, he has made his move. What power? He's actually not weaker than a masked paragon, and seems even stronger. Does Zhou Qin also have such power? Are these 6 people destined by the heavens? No, in front of us, the heavens are just like pigs and dogs. What kind of destiny can allow these 6 people to remain at the peak forever? Good, very good. Powerful. The mysterious masked paragon clapped. Hong Yi's strength is indeed tyrannical. This way, I have even more value in devouring him. Even though I've calculated for a long time and deduced the strength of these 6 people, the actual situation still exceeded my expectations. Interesting. However, I have to kill and devour Zhou Qin first. Only then will I have the strength to deal with the remaining 5. Is that so? At this moment, a voice rang out. After that, a young man in green clothes appeared behind Qin Guang. This young man was Zhou Qin. On his face, there was a look of complete understanding, as though everything was under his control. Then, his palm easily pierced through Qin Guang's heart. With a little force, he dug out his heart and crushed it. Then, a flame enveloped Qin Guang. Within the flame, Qin Guang screamed and turned into ashes. After killing Qin Guang, Zhou Qin faced the mysterious masked paragon again. You, a rat in the gutter, have reached your end. Chapter 1142. Both sides Zhou Qin had appeared out of nowhere and killed Qin Guang, ending his karma. Although this Qin Guang was very strong and had forced Zhou Qin to reincarnate back then, he was not even a match for Zhou Qin now. Zhou Qin easily killed him. Even under the protection of the mysterious masked man, it was useless. Zhou Qin had killed him as easily as killing a chicken. After killing Qin Guang, Zhou Qin's strength rose rapidly, as if he had been freed from some kind of restraint. His current strength had reached the peak of 900 billion lifespan, and he could break through the trillion lifespan at any time. To think that such a person would appear, wanting to use this piece of trash to scheme against me. However, no matter how scheming you are just a nobody. Zhou Qin attacked again. With a palm strike, a violent power enveloped the mysterious masked man. Zhou Qin had called him a rat in the gutter, looking down on him. However, he still acknowledged his opponent's strength. Mentally, he valued him, but on the surface, he looked down on him. This was a tactic. Ah! The mysterious masked sovereign laughed. He did not feel defeated or dejected by the fact that Zhou Qin had killed Qin Guang. Instead, he was very happy. Zhou Qin, I admit that you are very powerful, the darling of this era, a truly invincible genius. However, you have forgotten one thing. In this entire era, you're not the only one like this. If this was your era, then I would not even have the thought of going against you. However, this era does not belong to you. Although you have worked hard to make many adjustments, first becoming a human, then reincarnating, in the end, it was all in vain. If this era does not belong to you, then it really does not belong to you. Why do you think you were able to kill Qin Guang so quickly? It was because I allowed you to kill this pig. I have already subdued Qin Guang for hundreds of thousands of years. In these hundreds of thousands of years, I have placed countless seals on his body. After you killed him, you have indeed freed yourself from the karma between you and him. However, in reality, you have strengthened the karma between us. With the power of karma, I can start to influence you. You are exaggerating. Zhou Qin's body moved rapidly. but he did not find any problems. He did not stop and attack the mysterious masked man. The mysterious paragon suddenly formed a hand seal, and a character appeared on Zhou Qin's body. This character was very complicated, as if it was formed from many characters. Among them were weakness, binding, imprisonment, slowness, stupidity, poison, and so on. Sure enough, with this, Zhou Qin's offensive immediately slowed down. His killer move didn't even reach the mysterious masked man's body before it slowed down. It didn't have any effect. In this way, Zhou Qin wouldn't be able to cause any harm to the mysterious masked supreme being. So that's how it is. Do you think that you can restrain me like this? How naive. Zhou Qin seemed to have expected this. You planted the mysterious karma in Qin Guang's body and transferred it to me. Unfortunately, I've also thought of this. Burn for me. In an instant, a ball of flames appeared on Zhou Qin's body. This flame was practically invincible, burning his body. All the runes were turned into dust and smoke by the flames, no longer existing. At this moment, Zhou Qin had regained his invincible strength. Powerful indeed. The mysterious masked supreme being hurriedly dodged. There was a hint of surprise in his voice as he said, "Zhou Qin, you deserve to be one of the 6 great fate kings. No one's fate is stronger than the 6 of you. Logically speaking, if Gu Qinsha doesn't appear, the 6 of you are invincible. But today, I don't believe it. I will destroy your fate. I know that killing you isn't that simple. If it was that simple, it would seem very illusory. It doesn't match the achievements at all. Only by killing you in the midst of countless trials and tribulations can I obtain the strongest opportunity." Suddenly, his body exploded. Many waves of qi surged, covering the sky with one hand. He also stretched out his palm, grabbed and clenched, and unexpectedly blocked Zhou Qin's fist. Then, he slapped forward, and Zhou Qin's body was actually pushed back. This was a head-on collision. It showed that Zhou Qin's strength was actually inferior to his. A mouse will always be a mouse. No matter how big you get, you can't become a tiger. Although Zhou Qin had been pushed back, the disdainful smile on his face grew wider and wider. Just because you had some good fortune, you really think you can eat swan meat? What a joke. His body transformed, and he spun 9 times in a row, growing larger and larger. However, this punch seemed limitless, capable of crushing anything and everything. Space, time, fate, karma, and many other things were crushed by the fist wind. The will of the universe trembled under the might of this punch, and didn't even have the slightest intention of fighting back. In all of this, his fist was the absolute ruler, the ultimate perfection. Nothing could possibly surpass the brilliance of this punch. Masked Mouse, why don't you try to take another punch from me? Zhou Qin was like an unparalleled god, an undying king who could crush anything and everything. Fine, I'll take it. The mysterious masked paragon didn't dodge. Instead, he clasped his hands behind his back. When Zhou Qin's fist was right in front of him, the mysterious masked paragon finally made his move. A shield appeared on his body, not a magical treasure, but rather a conglomeration of his mystic abilities and magical powers. It instantly blocked Zhou Qin's domineering, all-destroying punch. To think that you could actually take on that punch of mine? Zhou Qin was a little surprised as well. However, he didn't stop there. He punched out once more, and as his fist moved, it tore through the void, causing many doors to appear. Within those doors, many imprints burst forth, transforming into various treasures and people. One of them was even masked and looked exactly the same as the mysterious masked paragon. It was as though Zhou Qin's punch had replicated the appearance of the mysterious masked paragon. Good move. At this point, the mysterious masked paragon had no choice but to bring out all of his powers, as well as his trump card. His body flashed repeatedly as he finally found an opening and a chance of survival. With a single grab, all of the strange phenomena created by Zhou Qin's punch were destroyed, transforming into a beam of rainbow light. Rainbow transformation. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the mysterious masked paragon's body exploded, transforming into a beam of rainbow light that wrapped around Zhou Qin. Zhou Qin was instantly bound up, unable to move. His power, lifespan, and fate force were all being drained away as the mysterious masked paragon plundered them. Damn it. I can't believe you still have a trick up your sleeve. You're sacrificing your own lifespan to pay the price. Don't you know that if you do that, you won't be able to break through and reach a lifespan of 1,000,000,000,000? Roaring, Zhou Qin used all of his strength to try to break free from the rainbow light. You're really powerful, Zhou Qin. Even though I'm stronger than you, I'm afraid it's impossible for me to completely defeat you. However, you've underestimated my determination and plans. I've created an unimaginable universe that's the exact opposite of Chun Chi's universe. This universe is my foundation, and over the past hundreds of thousands of years, I've completely subdued and refined the will of this universe, turning it into my magical treasure. What I'm consuming right now isn't my own lifespan, but the lifespan of the will of this universe. Just how big is an unimaginable universe? You should know better than anyone. I abandoned this universe to trap you and completely subjugate you. I've been planning for so long, and I know all of your weaknesses. All I've been waiting for is this moment. The mysterious masked paragon said, "An unimaginable universe." Zhou Qin raged. "Masked Rat, you've been planning a lot. Unfortunately, you've underestimated me. You think I have a weakness, but the truth is that I don't have one. You don't even know this. The weakness you see is all an illusion. Now, I will let you see my true anger." Rumble. Zhou Qin exploded with power. His entire person had turned into a huge bell, and within it were all living beings and universes. It was like a miniature version of the multiverse, and everyone could see their own past, present, and future through the bell, as well as all the changes that had occurred. And then the bell was completely destroyed. Cracks appeared on its surface, from within which sprayed out substances of a higher level than the undecaying paragon. As soon as these substances came into contact with the rainbow formed by the mysterious masked paragon, they began to explode. With a boom, the mysterious masked paragon's body began to disintegrate. "Zhou Qin, are you trying to take me down with you?" The mysterious masked paragon roared. "Take me down with you? Rat, you're not worthy." Zhou Qin said, "I've truly obtained eternity. I'm indestructible, eternal, and limitless. I've already begun to break through Gu Chinch's virtual interface. Even if I die this time, I'll just be reincarnating. But you'll really die. Rat, do you know what your biggest mistake was this time? You're trying to go against me. If you want to kill me, I'll suffer a backlash from my destiny. Even you, the strongest among us, will fall. Do you really think I'm someone you can scheme against?" Since that's the case, Zhou Qin, let's go all out. All of a sudden, the mysterious masked paragon's body transformed into a drill that pierced into Zhou Qin's soul. Crack! Crack! Zhou Qin's body began to crumble, and the enormous bell began to disintegrate into nothingness. In the process, the mysterious masked paragon let out a blood-curdling scream and then melted into nothingness. The two of them had really taken each other down with them. However, as they melted into nothingness, a very strange will and quintessence seemed to descend into the multiverse. Zhou Qin and the masked paragon have come to an end. Their nourishment will create an even more powerful entity. Gu Chunsha, who is somewhere, opened his eyes. Chapter 1143. Chapter 1138. The new sovereign Zhou Qin and the mysterious sovereign had actually perished together. This time, they had truly perished together. All of their powers have been gathered together and turned into a single essence that fell into the depths of the multiverse. No one knew who would obtain it. However, there was no doubt that whoever obtained the essence would possess all of the powers of Zhou Qin and the mysterious sovereign. Not only that, but it would also far surpass the two of them. However, this bit of essence was hidden very deeply. It had only disappeared the moment Zhou Qin and the mysterious masked supreme being died together. No one had been able to capture it and obtain it. All the powerful existences could only watch helplessly as this bit of essence disappeared. All of them felt that it was a pity. This was especially so for Hong, Yi, and the others. They originally wanted to devour each other, but now the situation had changed. This was something that they had not expected. Not good. Fang Han appeared. He could keenly sense that whoever obtained the essence would definitely have to devour the other 5 people in destiny. Our greatest enemy has appeared. Who would have thought that Zhou Qin would be the first to fall? Hong Yi also spoke. Damn it. Why did this happen? Our greatest enemy is no longer Gu Qinsha, but the person who obtained the essence. This person has inherited destiny and will definitely devour us. Search. We must find this person. But before that, we have to kill Chunxi and obtain his essence. We will cultivate to 1 trillion years of life. Only then will we have a better chance of finding the person who obtained the essence. In the inconceivable universe, Chunxi's tribulation continued. All of the powerful existences were surrounding Chunxi. Chunxi himself was on the verge of collapse, as if he could fall at any moment. The tribulation this time was so great that even he could not have predicted it. However, as long as he made it through, he would once again return to his peak position. He would be able to suppress all monsters, sweep through the ages, and rule the world for millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of years. As for Liu Baiyue and the others, they were observing in the dark. Large amounts of data were once again gathered in their operating modules, causing their cultivation base to improve continuously. This improvement was very solid and definitely not the kind of leap to the heavens in a single step. In fact, even Chunxi had relied on Qin Guang's invasion to obtain a fortuitous encounter, advancing from an expert with a lifespan of tens of billions to an invincible existence with a lifespan of 900 billion. As for Qin Guang and the others, it was needless to say that they all had fortuitous encounters. Their steps were not steady. They were like rocket-propelled rockets. Although they had soared very high for a while, they would eventually fall to the ground. On the other hand, Liu Baiyue and the others were building the tower step by step. The lower the level, the stronger it was. Although the speed was a little slower with the foundation, it would always be able to move upwards, and it would not fall. This was Gu Qinsha's method, the true orthodox way. Chunxi's tribulation wouldn't end anytime soon. Would he fall and help someone else? Or would he successfully transcend the tribulation and reach a lifespan of 1 trillion? It was still unknown. At that very moment, subtle changes were happening in an inconspicuous place in the multiverse. In an inconspicuous small universe. On a continent, there was a chaotic war between empires. It was still in the feudal era of cold weapons. This small universe was inconspicuous in the multiverse. It seemed like it would be devoured and destroyed at any time. However, many living beings in it didn't know about this. Although they also had the virtual interface and could see their lifespan, they took it as a matter of course and didn't develop many functions of the interface. At that very moment, in an inconspicuous tavern in the capital city of the Great Shi Dynasty, there was a man wearing an official's robe. He was very drunk. Strange powers and chaotic gods. His Majesty shouldn't touch these things. This official was a young man, and he seemed to have a righteous aura. His Majesty summoned those demons into the palace to listen to some demonic arts. It's ridiculous to rely on demonic arts to defeat the enemy. These demons rely on their own divine abilities to bring disaster to the country and the people. If I have the ability, I will definitely kill and suppress them. Governing a country should be based on benevolence, righteousness, and morality. He Ming, you're drunk. His Majesty's matters are not something you can discuss. Although we are new Jinshi and pillars of the imperial court, you can't directly remonstrate with His Majesty in court and embarrass His Majesty. Also, those cultivators are indeed powerful and can cover the sky with one hand. Think about it. Our great Shi dynasty has always been suppressed by the Great Prison Dynasty all these years. Isn't it because the Great Prison Dynasty has many cultivator sects supporting them? Do you still remember the war 10 years ago? Our imperial court's 500,000 troops were about to win, but they were all defeated by a cultivator of the Spirit Void sect behind the Great Hell King with one hand, causing us to cede territory and pay reparations. At this moment, an official came in and dissuaded the young official named He Ming. Bring disaster to the country and the people. Bring disaster to the country and the people. He Ming slammed the table, giving the people in the tavern a fright. However, the people in the tavern didn't dare to say much. This tavern was a gathering place for commoners, and the wine was of poor quality. Seeing that this drunken young man was an official, they didn't dare to offend him. Go, go, go. A few drinkers who seemed to be people of the Jianghu hurriedly left. The imperial court is in troubled times. Jianghu man with a big beard said. The emperor wants to bring in cultivators, and the scholars are fiercely against it. This new Jinshi is clearly a pawn of the scholars. Who do you think will win this battle for the imperial court, the scholars or the cultivators? A Jianghu man asked. After that, where will the Greenwood gang go? Haha, those scholars are useless. What about ruling the country and pacifying the world? That's all nonsense. Cultivators have power. With a flick of their fingers, they can split mountains and rivers. How can those scholars compare? However, the cultivators don't want to kill the scholars yet. They're afraid that there will be some karma involved, so when the time comes, they'll probably use us Jianghu people's blades. As long as we use this opportunity, we can reach the sky in one step. Of course, we have to guard against the imperial court and the cultivators killing us after we've outlived our usefulness. Actually, as long as we are recognized by the cultivators and obtain some cultivation techniques, we might be able to obtain immortality. These Jianghu people walked away as they discussed. At this moment, the new Jinshi, He Ming, staggered out of the tavern. Today, in front of the emperor, he directly said that the powerful cultivators were demons and wanted the imperial court to expel the demons. He had already made up his mind to die. However, he was not afraid of death. Fortunately, the emperor didn't blame him. He only ordered people to chase him out. He didn't demote him, nor did he punish him. This meant that the emperor couldn't leave the scholars and scholars, but he didn't want to offend the cultivators either. He Ming walked into a small alley and kept vomiting. He had drunk too much low-quality wine. At this moment, a person appeared in front of him. This person was the cultivator who bewitched the emperor in the imperial court. This cultivator was also a young man. He was looking at He Ming with contempt. Demon, are you here to kill me? How dare you? He Ming immediately sobered up. Today, you wantonly bewitched the emperor in the imperial court. You're simply a traitor. If I had a blade, I would definitely kill you. Foolish thing, you don't know anything about power. The young cultivator looked at He Ming. With a flick of my finger, I can let you die 10,000 times. I'll make you beg for death. However, as long as you kneel down, apologize to me, and join my sect, not only will I not let you die, I'll even teach you supreme magical powers. I'll let you live forever and give you great power. Demon, if you want to kill me, just kill me. Why bother talking so much? He Ming cursed. I'm a scholar. Even if I die, I won't submit to a demon like you. If you kill me today, aren't you afraid that the imperial court will be shaken? You demons will not succeed in your scheme. Too foolish, too foolish. The young cultivator shook his head. To us, the entire Great Shi dynasty is just an ant. A single breath from the big shots in our sect can destroy the entire Great Shi dynasty, or even the entire continent. You have no idea how powerful that is. Demon, it's you demons who make life difficult for the people and destroy order. Kindness, righteousness, and morality are not worth mentioning in front of you. I curse you. You'll be punished by the heavens. He Ming was still cursing. Punished by the heavens? Even the heavens can't do anything to us. The young cultivator said, Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. If you scholars oppose me, I'll just kill you all. Suddenly, the young cultivator grabbed He Ming and lifted him into the air. He Ming felt his life disappearing bit by bit. At this moment, he suddenly saw a speck of essence descending from the depths of the void, entering his sea of consciousness. Suddenly, he felt like he was filled with power. Demon, go and die. He Ming cursed casually. He had the strength to curse again. Bang! Suddenly, the young cultivator died. Without any warning, he died on the ground. All signs of life disappeared, as if He Ming had cursed him to death. What's going on? He Ming was confused. He landed on the ground. I said he's dead. So he's dead? Also my lifespan. In his sea of consciousness, the virtual interface was still there, but the numbers displayed indicated that his lifespan had reached 1 trillion years. What's going on with me? He Ming did not know what had happened to him. Someone has died. The power behind this cultivator is very strong. If I am dragged into this, it will become a disaster. In fact, the cultivator might even attack my Sherlin. I have to destroy the corpse and hide it. So. A strong idea welled up in his mind. Just as he had this thought, the cultivator's corpse disappeared into thin air, turning into nothingness. There was not even trace of it. It was as if everything in the world operated according to his will. Whatever he wanted, it would happen. Chapter 1144. Merging the old with the new. Who would have thought that He Ming obtained the essences of Zhou Qin and the masked man and gained 1 trillion years of lifespan? But He Ming is no match for me in the future. He might only be able to do so for a while. No one could see who the essences went to. Only Gu Qinsha could see who the essences went to. He Ming was a person with a lot of fate energy. Unfortunately, the essences went to him because they wanted to absorb his fate energy. To a certain extent, the essences were like a system, but they were still in a state of slumber. Is this what I call the law? My wishes come true? What kind of fortuitous encounter did I have? He Ming was still thinking about his ability. This dead cultivator came back to life? He Ming tried to form a scene in his sea of consciousness. Suddenly, the space around him seemed to change. The space shook, and the young cultivator who had just been killed came back to life again. What happened just now? After the young cultivator came back to life, he looked at He Ming with a gloomy expression. All of his memories were of capturing He Ming and torturing him. He wanted to make him beg for death, but couldn't. But then, he suddenly didn't know anything. Why was he here? And why did he let He Ming go? Junior, what did you do? The young cultivator roared. Be my slave. He Ming used the young cultivator as an experiment. Suddenly, the young cultivator seemed to be brainwashed, and he quickly knelt down. Master, this subordinate greets you. If you have any orders, this subordinate will go through fire and water without hesitation. As expected, as long as I have a thought in my mind, I can achieve what I want. However, I don't know how big the scope of this thought is. Also, I can't say for sure how powerful I am. I can only take it slow and use this ability to increase my strength. Complete your own thoughts, He Ming said. He Ming knew that he had a fortuitous encounter, but he didn't know how big it was. However, with this ability, I will be able to realize my own ideas. I will be able to rule the world and become a pillar of support for the imperial court. I will spread the ideals of the scholars all over the world. These cultivators will have no place to hide. They can only be slaves to us scholars. We scholars are the noblest people in the world. He Ming thought for a moment and began to pursue his own goals. He Ming, who had obtained the essences of Zhou Qin and the masked man, was carrying out his plan. In the incredible universe, Chun Shi was still going through a tribulation. He was being attacked by many people. This is a good chance. At that moment, the will of the new world, Gu Xinjian, and the will of the old world, Gu Taxian, were overjoyed to see so many experts besieging Chun Shi and Zhou Qin dying together with the mysterious paragon masked man. The mysterious masked man's universe is drying up and starting to collapse. He took most of the origin of the universe to deal with Zhou Qin. That's why Zhou Qin and the mysterious masked man died together. Now is our chance. Let's devour the will of that incredible universe and strengthen our own cultivation. Haha. At that moment, the two experts joined forces and suddenly turned into a whirlwind. They went deep into the other incredible universe and started devouring the universe's will. In the multiverse, there were two incredible universes. The first one was controlled by Chun-Chi, and the second one was controlled by the mysterious masked man. These two universes had invincible power. However, because of some kind of suppression, the two universes' wills were not completely born. One universe was controlled by Chun-Chi, and the other was controlled by the mysterious masked man. Now, Chun-Chi was going through a tribulation, and the mysterious masked man and Zhou Qin had died. The mysterious masked man's universe had lost its origin because of his death. Now, it was like a group of dragons without a leader, and it was extremely chaotic. The two wills of Gu Xingjian and Gu Taxian combined. Suddenly, their power reached a certain limit. They went deep into the universe and started devouring the origin of the will. The power of the two began to grow. Everyone's lifespan skyrocketed too. Gu Xingjian's price soon rose to more than 500 billion, and the fake, ancient stepping on deities was the same. Almost in an instant, the incredible universe started to collapse. Many spaces were torn apart, and the peerless immortal realm experts were divided among themselves. It's time. Let's devour Chun-Chi's universe and kill all the peerless immortal realm experts. There are many spaces and continents in Chun-Chi's incredible universe. They're all transformed from his world, and they're closely related to his cultivation. If we kill and refine them all, he will be injured too. Normally, it would be a small injury, but this is the most crucial moment for him. If he is injured, he won't be able to hold on and will be killed, Gu Xingjian said. That's exactly what I wanted. The fake Gu trampling deity grinned. The two entered Chun-Chi's incredible universe again. However, as soon as the two of them entered, a huge net enveloped them, trapping them within it. It was an ancient mystique. Wang Dong and the other experts were trying to kill the two. Gu Xingjian, Gu Taxian, we knew you two were up to no good, and now it turns out to be true. Wang Dong used some kind of secret technique. Lightning flooded the net like an ocean, drowning Gu Xingjian and the fake Gu Taxian. Ha ha, bunch of ants. How dare you set up an ambush here? You really don't know how high the sky is. Gu Xingjian seemed to have already calculated this. He let out a long roar, and a vortex appeared on his body. If it was in the past, your ambush and teamwork would have been enough to make me flustered. But now, you're nothing more than ants. Do you understand? We have devoured the will of another universe. Our cultivation is not something you can compare to. Bang! He devoured all the lightning. Then he tore it. The net was torn apart. The formation was destroyed, and he escaped from it. The two rushed in front of Wang Dong. Wang Dong and the others were in danger. But at this moment, a golden light appeared in front of Wang Dong. Within the light was a contract. There were many supreme immortal level names on the contract, as well as the names of Gu Xingjian and the fake Gu Taxian. As the contract shook, layers of seals appeared on it. Gu Xingjian and the fake Gu Taxian burned, as if they were suffering from the backlash of the contract. Haha, actually, I'm not ancient trampling immortal, and the name on the contract isn't mine. I'm not bound by the karma of my name, so this contract can't bind me. However, Gu Xingjian, you could die now. The fake Gu Tianxian suddenly seized the opportunity and laughed maniacally. He didn't attack Wang Dong and the others, but Gu Xingjian instead. Chi! His palm went deep into Gu Xingjian's body, causing an extremely painful expression to appear on Gu Xingjian's face. Gu Xingjian, fuse with my body. I will completely destroy your will and complete my power. The fake Gu Taxian said, "It is your honor. It is also something you should do. I am your senior. Everything you have should be contributed to me." Wrong. The contribution is... Gu Xingjian was about to be devoured, but at this moment, the situation suddenly changed. He did not die under the backlash of the contract. Instead, He seemed to have transferred the backlash to the fake Gu Taxian. If you want to devour me, you will have to devour my backlash first. Gu Xingjian roared again and again as the backlash passed on, causing the fake, ancient stepping on deities to immediately fall into a desperate situation. Then, Gu Xingjian grabbed the fake Gu Taxian's head. Immediately, the fake Gu Taxian's entire body started to shrink, and a lot of his power was completely absorbed. The fake Gu Taxian's miserable scream was chilling. Why? Why did it turn out like this? My plan actually failed just like this? All of this was part of my plan. Gu Xingjian said, an old thing like you should retire from the stage of history. Now, everything you have is for me. Die. He increased the speed of devouring and absorbing. In the blink of an eye, the fake, ancient, trampling immortal let out a cry of discontent and disappeared completely. The will of this old world could be said to have created everything. Just like that, it completely retired from the stage of history. A long time ago, the heavenly talisman Great Emperor Gu Taxian fought against the original heavenly Tao and suppressed it. In the end, he merged his will into the heavenly Tao and created a mutated source. The mutated source descended and created many existences with destiny, such as the Lord of the Sun and Moon Gu Tian Sha, Gu Daoxian, Hongling Sha, and others. But now, all of these people had long since fallen and were replaced by new generations. However, the final mutated source turned into the old world and gave birth to the will of the old world. This was the fake ancient stepping on immortals. This fake ancient treading on immortals had not fallen for God knows how many years and had always stood at the pinnacle. To a certain extent, he was one of the creators of the multiverse. He represented the conservation of energy in the old order. As for the new world's will, Gu Xingjian, he represented the infinite energy and the non-conservation of energy. He represented the new order. Now, the representative of the old order had fallen. The new order had devoured the old order. As a result, the strongest kind of transformation was born. This feels good. This is the final form of karma. The old and the new become one. I, Gu Xingjian, have also broken through. I am the first person to break through the trillion lifespan, not Qi. Gu Xingjian looked at his virtual interface. His lifespan had reached 9 billion, and he still had the potential to increase. Chapter 1145. Trillions of years Gu Xingjian actually looked for an opportunity to kill the fake Gu Taxian and then completely devoured this person. The combination of the new and the old almost directly broke through the trillion lifespan. However, if he wanted to break through, he had to go through tribulations, just like Qi. Only He Ming didn't experience any tribulation when he broke through to the trillion. That was because the essence of Zhou Qin and the mysterious masked paragon had already experienced a tribulation, which led to their deaths. The tribulation was over. Therefore, after He Ming devoured it, he directly reached a lifespan of 1 trillion years and broke through the bottleneck. Not good. He's about to break through. At this moment, Wang Dong and the others were astonished. We've been tricked. Hurry up and retreat, lest you get killed. Rumble. They activated the most profound, life-saving method of the formation. Waves of symbols wrapped around them, and they were about to disappear from this place. As long as they worked together, they believed that Gu Xingjian wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Ha! Gu Xingjian laughed maniacally. You ants still want to leave? After scheming against me, if I escaped so easily, wouldn't that make me seem incompetent? The heavens change. The 10,000 Daos become empty, be imprisoned for me. This contract is also nullified. Bang! Under Gu Xingjian's power, the golden contract let out a mournful wail and finally collapsed. This meant that Gu Xingjian's karma was finally gone, and all the restraints on him were completely removed. Everything is power. With enough power, anything can be broken. If Qi had a lifespan of 1 trillion, it would have been very difficult for me to tear this contract apart. but his current strength is about the same as mine, and he's even in the midst of a tribulation, causing the power of the contract to be extremely weak. I could just tear it apart and devour you." After tearing the contract, Gu Xingjian began to make his move. He opened his mouth wide, and a whirlpool appeared, causing the myriad worlds to tremble. This inconceivable universe began to collapse and shrink inwardly. As it shrank, the will of the universe started to be devoured by it. Wang Dong and the others couldn't escape at all. They could only hold on bitterly. They didn't have the strength to trap Gu Xingjian at all. They could only protect themselves. Unfortunately, this self-protection did not last long. Gu Xingjian opened his palm, squeezing and releasing. Bang! Boundless energy flew out and condensed into a lightning-like existence. This was the highest secret he had comprehended. Crackle, like a hot knife through butter. The spell formation was instantly destroyed, and as it did, boundless power began to devour it in a destructive fashion. Wang Dong was the first to turn into a pile of ashes. He bore the brunt of Gu Xingjian's attack, and thus Gu Xingjian treated him as the bird that stuck out. Originally, Chu Chan was the strongest in this inconceivable world. He was ranked first, Wang Dong was second, the ancient divine ability was third, and Chun Shi was fourth. However, after a series of events, Chun Shi had become the absolute ruler, while Chu Chun was still ranked second. However, Wang Dong had surpassed Chu Chun over the past million years, and even the ancient divine ability had surpassed him. As a result, Wang Dong was ranked number 1 after Chun Shi. Wang Dong's power and influence were growing stronger and stronger in this unimaginable world. But it was precisely because of this that he was the first to be killed when the universe met with a calamity. This was the inevitable connection between cause and effect. Rumble. Countless voices appeared in the world. The voices changed and wept as if they were crying for themselves. This inconceivable universe knew that its doomsday was coming, but it could do nothing about it. It could only lament and pray for a miracle to happen to save itself. The universe wailed, "Cry all you want." Gu Xingjian was very pleased. He directly killed the peerless, immortal Wang Dong and absorbed him. Then he grabbed Chu Chun and the ancient divine ability. In his eyes, these people were little chicks that hadn't grown up yet. He was the rock soaring in the sky, and below him were delicious delicacies for him to take. Bang, bang, bang. There was no suspense. Under Gu Xingjian's attack, Chu Chun and the ancient divine ability directly exploded. They didn't even have time to scream. The two men who had obtained unparalleled fortuitous encounters and could be considered the main characters died just like that. There were no miracles happening. Thinking back, Wang Dong received the support of countless systems and grew all the way to become a big shot. He was a true winner in life. But now he died without a sound. It was no different from the death of a normal person. When the others saw that the three of them had died, they immediately scattered like birds and beasts. They were scared out of their wits. Ha ha! Gu Xingjian laughed wildly again. The will of this universe entered my body. Above his head, another head appeared. This head's mouth was extremely huge. When it opened its mouth, it swallowed the world. Instantly, in this unbelievable universe, many continents and worlds collapsed. These continents and worlds were limited to some things in Chun Shi's novels. Once these worlds fell, they were closely related to Chun Shi and could greatly weaken his power. Damn it! Gu Xingjian, how dare you destroy my world? Chun Shi, who was already exhausted in the air, also sensed the danger. He saw Gu Xingjian swallowing one world after another. Many of the characters in them were also annihilated under the devouring. This situation was simply too shocking. Countless attacks landed on Chun Shi's body again. Chun Shi even felt that he couldn't hold on anymore. Gu Xingjian, if that's the case, then die. All of a sudden, Chun Shi's body flickered, as if he were abandoning his cultivation base. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed an incomparably majestic power that caused many of the powerful experts who had surrounded him to retreat. Some of them were even seriously injured. Some of the imperishable experts who had been hoping to take advantage of the situation fell like raindrops, dead on the spot. Puff, Hong Yi, Fong Han, and the others coughed up blood and continuously retreated. He's starting to go all out. He's burning his own lifespan. This way, he's using his own life savings. He can't reach the trillion lifespan at all. He's giving up on breaking through, Zhongli said. Let's retreat quickly. His target isn't me. He wants to die together with someone else. Rumble. All the experts started to retreat, avoiding the range of Chun Chi's explosion. At that moment, Chun Chi attacked Gu Xingjian. He turned into a ray of light and directly entered Gu Xingjian's devouring mouth. Gu Xingjian had never expected this. He had been prepared to let Chun Chi take advantage of him by devouring his world. But now, Chun Chi had actually given up on breaking through to the trillion lifespan realm and wanted to kill him. This was something that he had never expected. No, you can't do this. Gu Xingjian panicked. He had just reached the peak of his life, but now he was directly suppressed. Moreover, he couldn't even keep his life. Wasn't this a loss? Now, Chun Chi was fighting with his life. He grabbed him and began to self-destruct. He wanted to take Gu Xingjian down with him before he died. With Gu Xingjian's cultivation, he couldn't escape at all. Moreover, the more important point was that Gu Xingjian had devoured some of the limited worlds in Chun Chi's novels. This caused some kind of karma between him and Chun Chi. Under the connection of karma, countless changes in power produced a strong attraction. It was like two magnets deeply sucking each other, making it impossible for the two of them to escape. Originally, Gu Xingjian had also calculated this. The reason he did this was because he wanted to attack when Chun Chi was seriously injured. He wanted to devour Chun Chi firmly. But he didn't expect that Chun Chi actually didn't want to live and wanted to die together with him. Dying. Chun Chi's tone was very calm. Gu Xingjian, I already knew that you were the destroyer of the entire world's order. But because you signed a contract, I didn't want to attack you. But in the end, you still broke the contract and destroyed our world. This is something I can't tolerate, so you must die. Even if I destroy you in the end and die myself, I still have to do this. No, Chun Chi, don't do this. No, Chun Chi, don't do that. It won't do either of us any good. I'll spit out everything I just ate, and we'll bury the hatchet. Plus, I'll help you reach a lifespan of 1 trillion. If we work together, we'll both benefit. If we fight each other, we'll both die, and it'll only benefit others. How many good fortune do we come across to reach this point? Are you willing to give up? You should know that after we die, there will be people who will absorb nutrients from our corpses. Gu Xingjian shouted, It's useless. I want to die together with you, Gu Xingjian, because you did something wrong. Chun Chi's tone was even calmer. It was as if life and death were just a matter of sleep. His entire body suddenly turned into a rune. Then the rune flashed. Bang! Gu Xingjian exploded. Everything turned into nothingness. Just like Zhou Qin and the mysterious masked man, he turned into the most primitive imprint and essence. The essence gathered together and turned into a brand new imprint. It fell directly into the multiverse and disappeared. Just like Zhou Qin and the mysterious masked man's imprint, if the imprint's essence was obtained by someone else, even an ordinary person, they would be able to obtain 1 trillion lifespan and directly break through some kind of bottleneck. It was extremely terrifying. This time, the chicken and eggs are broken. At this moment, 5 powerful existences stood in the void. They were Hong Yi, Fong Han, Wang Chao, Yang Qi, and Zhongli. They all had 900 billion lifespans. Chapter 1146. Begging for death to live. Zhou Qin's death made Hong Yi and the others grieve for the death of a rabbit. Their fates were exactly the same. If Zhou Qin could die, it meant that they could die as well. Moreover, Zhou Qin's death was the beginning of their deaths. If they killed each other, they might be able to achieve something. But now that Zhou Qin had fallen into someone else's hands, they would become food for someone else. What should we do now? Hong Yi asked. Right now, The most important thing for us is not to kill each other to prevent others from benefiting, Fong Han said. Fong Han said, everyone, we should join hands and take back Zhou Qin's essence so that the six of us can remain as one. We can't let it fall into the hands of others. Otherwise, sooner or later, we will die without a burial. That's right. We no longer have a path of retreat. After all, this isn't our era, and we'll die as well, Zhongli said. If this was our era, no matter what tribulation or danger we encountered, there wouldn't be any aura of death descending upon us. But now it's completely different. We don't have any halos, and we can die at any moment. Moreover, the further we go, the more dangerous it will be. Actually, if someone with a lifespan of 1 trillion appears, they can kill us. Although our strength has reached 900 billion lifespan, the difference between 900 billion lifespan and 1 trillion lifespan is too great. Although it's not as great as the difference between the heavenly law realm and the supreme immortal realm, it's still an existence that'll be very difficult to defeat. Even if the 5 of us join hands, we won't be able to kill an existence with 1 trillion lifespan. Unless what? Yang Qi's eyes narrowed. Unless our strength fuses, our cultivation base will immediately break through the 1 trillion lifespan, or even several trillion lifespan, Fong Han said. Actually, you've already discovered that if our attributes don't fuse, even if we join hands, the power we can unleash will clash. 1,000,000 years ago, Liu Baiyue and the others made a fool out of us, causing them to advance to 100 billion lifespan. If we join hands, it's true that our strengths cannot fuse. Instead, others will take advantage of our mutual rejection and use our cultivation to temper themselves. Wang Chao said, however, we can't completely sacrifice ourselves to help each other. I'll be honest, in this era, we're actually devouring each other. It's a pity that we can't do it to each other. But if we don't do it, we'll be devoured by others in the future. Zhou Qin is an example. Yang Qi didn't hide it anymore. He asked the most important question. To these 6 people, it was true that they stood at the very peak of the universe. However, they were also very sad. They had to kill each other in order to obtain certain opportunities. If they didn't kill each other and absorb each other's power, they would be eliminated. Originally, they thought that they could live in peace, but Zhou Qin's death had completely sounded the alarm. This is a difficult problem for us, Zhongli said. Zhongli said, it's clear that we must kill each other and absorb each other in order to survive. However, none of us are willing to die right now. Moreover, when we kill each other, it's very likely that our lives and cultivation will be seized by someone else. If that happens, we'll truly be consigned to eternal damnation. Then what do you plan to do now? Wang Chao asked. Are you saying that one of us should give up on ourselves to help one of you? That would be the safest and most secure way. Zhongli shook his head. However, this is clearly impossible. However, I feel that this matter must be carried out. Because in the future, if one of us obtains a supreme and exceptional divine ability and overturns everything, we will definitely be able to be resurrected and appear in this world. The reason why we can't be resurrected after we die is because of Gu Chencha's suppression. As long as we kill Gu Chensha, everything will be resolved. Now, I'm willing to give up everything I have. Why are we protagonists? It's because we have the courage and the courage to give up. If we aren't willing to give up now, then all of us will die. Today, we must resolve this matter decisively. Otherwise, the longer this drags on, the worse it will get. When the time comes, we won't even have the choice to give up on ourselves. I'll make my stance clear here. I can choose to die and help any one of the 4 of you. Are you serious? The others were shocked. Everyone, do you think that what I said was a lie? Zhongli narrowed his eyes. This is indeed a matter of life and death. It can't be ignored. Wang Chao fell silent. They were the true protagonists, people from the future era. They knew very well how powerful the current situation was. If this continued and they couldn't break out of the situation, they would indeed be sitting ducks. However, to break out of the situation, they would have to sacrifice themselves. No one dared to do that. Now that Zhongli was the first to step forward, everyone felt as though they had come to this era when they saw his actions. Everyone's hearts sank into a fog. I'm also willing to give up. Hong, he said, I think death is just a temporary matter. Our destinies are actually linked together. Death is just waking up from a dream. It's just that we are afraid, and don't dare to take that step. Now, it's time for us to make a choice. I've already completely comprehended it. I can also give up on myself. At this moment, Fong Han, Yang Qi, and Wang Chao also gained enlightenment. In that case, the five of us are willing to sacrifice ourselves. We also need to find something to carry our destinies, Zhongli said. In that case, we can sacrifice ourselves at the same time and infuse our strength into each other. In the end, the one who survives will be our combined body. This person will inherit all our strength, wisdom, and destinies. He will truly sweep through the heavens and surpass everyone. This way, once he obtains Zhou Qin's essence, the six of us will be able to join forces and challenge Gu Qinsha. When that happens, we can all come back to life. Then let's do it. At this moment, these five people actually gained enlightenment and were willing to give up on themselves. They were indeed the protagonists of the future era. Compared to ordinary people, their willpower and decisiveness were much stronger. Sacrifice everything. The five people, Fong Han, Yang Qi, Wang Chao, Jiang Li, and Hong Yi, formed a large formation and began the strongest transformation. Everyone began to sacrifice themselves, offering their lives. None of them had any selfish motives. They were all willing to die to help each other. This was because they didn't know that if they didn't do this, they would fall apart. In the future, there would be no hope at all. Only by doing this could they help one of them and finally kill Gu Qinsha and completely resurrect. None of them had any selfish motives, and none of them delayed their sacrifices. They all acted at the same time. At this moment, the difference between them could be seen. If it was Gu Xinjian, the fake Gu Taxian, they would be scheming against each other. But now, these people were surprisingly not scheming against each other. Instead, they were even more united and willing to sacrifice themselves. This way, they were actually on the right path. This was also their only chance of survival. As expected of the protagonists, in the depths of the void, in an unknown place, Gu Qinsha observed everything. He knew everything like the back of his hand. He saw that these five people had learned from Zhou Qin's death and were willing to sacrifice themselves to help each other. He immediately nodded, knowing that this was the most correct choice and change. Begging for life doesn't get to live, but begging for death gets to live. That's how mystical it is. Gu Qinsha absorbed the sacrifices of the five people and fused them together. His module seemed to be completely evolving and condensing into a physical form. Rumble. At this moment, the myriad worlds seemed to be trembling, wanting to witness the birth of a great existence. Qila. In the process of the sacrifice, Fong Han was the first to disappear without a trace, followed by Wang Chao, Yang Qi, Hong Yi, and finally Jiang Li. It seemed that all the power would be concentrated on Jiang Li. Jiang Li was the strongest existence. But in the next moment, Jiang Li disappeared as well. In the end, he died without a trace. In the blink of an eye, the five most powerful existences in the world completely disappeared. Then, the power that they had sacrificed formed a massive screen of light. Within the screen of light, countless amounts of power gathered together, forming a giant egg that was as tall as a person. This egg was the color of flesh, and it was formed purely from flesh and blood. However, it did not seem to exist in this world. This flesh egg squirmed nonstop, as if some powerful existence was being born from within. Rumble. A huge hand appeared. It was a boundless, deathless expert with a cultivation base of hundreds of billions. He had only shown himself for a brief moment when he was trying to kill Qinshi, but then went into hiding. It was hard to say how someone like him had been born, but now he finally couldn't hold it in any longer. He wanted to snatch this flesh egg. This flesh egg represented the strongest power, the strongest fate, the strongest intelligence, and the strongest means. Whoever obtained it would be able to rise to the heavens in a single step, truly ruling over the myriad worlds, unrivaled under the heavens. Rumble. Countless powers in the world started changing. A figure appeared in the huge egg. That figure seemed to have moved slightly, and instantly, a power that countless people could not understand spread out, forming ripples. As the ripples spread out, the huge hand that was grabbing toward them completely collapsed. The owner of the hand let out a miserable shriek before vanishing without a trace. Kill. Another expert appeared, wielding a long spear and stabbing towards the flesh egg. The flesh egg didn't move at all. The flesh and blood on its surface condensed into a tentacle. This tentacle shook violently, and in an instant, the expert's spear exploded, unable to condense again. However, even more experts appeared. They were like sharks that smelled fresh meat in the sea. Remember the mobile version, M. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.